We got one more combat. We got one more combat. We got one more combat. We got one more combat.
Hello, drafters. I'm Felonious. Thanks for coming to my stream. Throw me a like and a subscribe if you haven't already. And today, I'm going to do some drafting. Thanks for coming to my stream. Throw me a like and Magic is love, Magic is life, and draft. Today, I'm going to do some drafting. Thanks for coming to my stream. Now, Magic is love, Magic is life, and draft. Today, what stream sound is on? Thanks for my stream. Now, Magic is love, Magic is life, and draft. Today, what stream sound is on? Thanks for my stream. Now, Magic is love, Magic is life, and draft. Today, what stream sound is on? Thanks for love. Hello, drafters. I'm Felonious. Thanks for being here. Throw me a like and a subscribe if you haven't already. And today, we're going to do some cube draft. Magic is love, Magic is life, and specifically, a Magic Arena cube draft is life. I really love this format. There's all sorts of really fun things you can do. You can go over the top, you can go underneath, you can ramp, you can tempo. Let's see what we got. We've gotten a couple trophies this week with blue-black decks and green X ramp decks. Gone 3-3 a couple times, 5-3 once. So, let's see how many trophies we can farm up today. Be streaming over the next 4 hours. We are farming gold, as we do when Arena Cube Draft comes around. We have pack one, pick one. Pack one, pick one. Huh. Kind of an underwhelming pack, if I do say so myself. Glorybringer is a pretty strong card. It's a 5-drop. I don't like to start my drafts with 5 drops. But Glorybringer is a good one. You end up hitting 5 mana in your red-black decks or red-whatever decks and just smashing your opponent's face in. I see that Thoughtstalker Warlock, and I think it might be a pretty cool card to be playing in Cube. I do like playing black a lot in Cube. Thoughtstalker might be a little slow, but I mean, it's information, and it's a creature, and it's value. Emerald Collector's pretty cool too. Creature that draws cards when it connects. If you take it early, you can take things like removal, go into blue-black, and make sure that you connect, draw cards. I think I'm going to take the Glorybringer here over this Thoughtstalker Warlock. There's also like a Steam Vents. Shocklands are good to take early too. Glorybringer seems strong, and there's not a whole lot of good red in that pack, so maybe we'll get past red and kind of get to cut it off from the left side, or to the left side. Pack one, pick two. What do we have here? Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of Screaming Nemesis, but I don't know if it's really what I want to be picking. Pack one, pick two. The Iron Crag is strong in a lot of decks, less so in a red deck where you're trying to kill them really quickly. So we either take Screaming Nemesis or probably this Paradise Druid. It's nice to take ramp cards early in Cube, and red-green is not a bad deck at all. You get to ramp into things like Atali, Glorybringer. There's some fine white cards here. Sanguine Evangelist is a consideration if we want to just like force red-white. Screaming Nemesis is strong, but I think I'm a little bit more interested in this Paradise Druid. Okay. Pick 3. See a Sacred Foundry. Pest Infestation is really good, especially after we took a green card. Robber of the Rich is a red card. Would have followed up that Screaming Nemesis pretty well. Robber of the Rich doesn't always impress me in this set. I feel like it just doesn't win combats enough. It does have haste, and sometimes it draws you cards, but I think it very rarely actually gives you a spell you can play. And this is fine. Not necessarily what I want to start off the draft with. Pest Infestation is good enough where I'm happy to just take it this early. Ooh, a Path to Exile. That's a strong card. Also a bunch of good black cards that I see. And I don't see a whole lot of red, so we don't necessarily need to stick to the red plan. I do like Aclazotz a lot. Though Guardian Idol is a pretty good card. Aclazotz is the kind of card you want to be ramping into. Because it gives you an extra land after they kill it. Gives you some inevitability because you end up running out of cards in a ramp deck on occasion. And it keeps coming back. Guardian Idol is going to fit in any deck, though. Path to Exile is pretty good as well. Maybe I take this Path, because it kills everything. Yeah, I'm going to take Path to Exile. See if we move into something white. See an Ornithopter of Paradise and a Cold Steel Heart. I like the idea of a Cold Steel Heart, but Reckoner Bankbuster is also in this pack. Yeah, we're going to take Cold Steel Heart here. Maybe we'll wheel a Bankbuster or an Ornithopter. Not likely. There are a lot of bad cards in this pack. We'll probably wheel like a Wingbane Vantasaur and a Vanishing Verse or something like that. Maybe this Expressive iteration. But we're just going to stay open by taking ramp cards. Ooh, Wandering Emperor. That card is really good. We did take this Path to Exile. But there's a ramp card in here. And if you want to play ramp, you don't just pass these. So Wandering Emperor is replaceable. Scrap Gorger's not. And this is one of the better ramp cards in this set, too, because it exiles things. And wiping out your opponent's graveyard is pretty sweet. I haven't played with Biza yet in Cube. That looks interesting. Intrepid Adversary is usually pretty good in your ramp decks because you end up making a lot of creatures, and then they all get +2/+2, or what have you. I like Counterspell too, but seeing all these white cards come around late, I'm going to take the white cards. We didn't get Wandering Emperor, but that's okay. Biza's not bad to ramp into to draw you a card on turn 3 too, and this will make some good comebacks when we're behind. Tyvar. There's a couple good cards in this pack. Legion Warboss is really good. That's definitely a reason to be playing red. Getaway Glimmer's a fine removal spell, but I think I'm a little bit more interested in this Tyvar. Man, Legion Warboss is really good. Seeing it this late, I feel like I need to just move into red for that. I don't think Tyvar is nearly as good as Legion Warboss. So we have Kogla here. Kogla is one of the best ramp targets that exists. We're going to take Legion Warboss and do some red, green, white action. I like this Elegant Parlor, even though it comes into play tapped, because it's a mountain and plains, and I can search for it with fetches. Fungus is good, but I'm going to take this Parlor. Ooh, here we go. Wheeling a Sanguine Evangelist or the Iron Crag. Just some sort of Anaya Swarm the Board deck. Yeah, Biza doesn't make nearly as much sense with a Legion Warboss, but that's okay. I think the Iron Crag might serve us well, but Sanguine Evangelist is strong. That's a signal I'd like to take. Voice of Resurgence is okay. Steel Seraph is also okay. It dies to so many things. Sometimes it ramps into things pretty well. I'm not that impressed by Kellen Daring Traveler. We're going to take Voice of Resurgence here. Yeah, there are all the cards that we wheeled from this pack. Nothing we wanted, but we'll take a dual land. I should have snatched up that Kogla and Yadaro instead of Legion Warboss. I gave Legion Warboss a little bit too much thought after taking 3 ramp spells. I should have just taken Kogla and Yadaro and then taken the Iron Crag instead of the Sanguine Evangelist. That'd be a little bit more, that would be a little bit better direction for us to be in, given the ramp spells that we have. However, we make things work. And this deck is definitely going to work. Hellish Norn is awesome. She shuts down a lot of different strategies all by herself. She doesn't do a whole lot of things with the cards that we currently have. But she is quite strong, and we're at pack 2, pick 1, which is early enough to take this and build around it a little bit. Okay, here we go. Got a Utopia Sprawl, an Inferno Titan, a Hover Ship, a Teferi. Inferno Titan is pretty nasty with Hellish Norn. I like an unidentified Hover Ship a lot with Hellish Norn as well. Utopia Sprawl is an excellent ramp spell. Yeah, I think unidentified hover ship's going to be awesome. Especially because we can tap our Legion Warboss tokens with it. Inferno Titan is a pretty good ramp target, though. And it works really well with Hellish Norn, but I think we'll probably wheel it. So, let's take this... Let's take this Utopia Sprawl. Make sure we can get all the mana that we need. Primeval Titan. That's what I'm talking about. I bet we could wheel the Cerise Slayer of Fear, too. It's a nice card to have in your white decks. And we're still not getting past a ton of strong red, so... These cards are still under consideration. I'm glad that we took the white signal. And I'm still happy we have Scrap Scourger over the Wandering Emperor. The Wandering Emperor is a lot better in Constructed than it is in Cube. It is definitely good in Cube, don't get me wrong. But there are a lot more answers to it. There are a lot of hasty creatures. There are a ton of man lands, a ton of ways to just pick it off. Grenzo. Hello. Pick 4? This is like the best card in Arena Cube. Yeah, and we're a ramp deck. We have tons of sources of whatever color we want. We're going to snatch that right up. We're going to think a little bit less about those cards. Ooh, we even have a black source with this Restless Fortress. I like Legion Warboss and Glorybringer, but they are looking more and more cuttable as this deck evolves. I see this dual land. It's cool. Luminarch Aspirant's really good, even though I'm not necessarily an aggro deck. I mean, this card can just win games on its own. There's also Fountain Port Bell. There's Strangle, but we're going to stick to the green-white and take this Luminarch Aspirant. Card's good. We'll get more ways to splash this Grenzo. This pack's got a lot of goodies in it. I think Journey to Nowhere is a pretty good removal spell, and since we're pretty solid in white, let's take that. It combos with Elesh Norn particularly well. We can count Pest Infestation as a 5-drop. I mean, sometimes it's 7, but it's most often a 5-drop, killing 2 things and making 4 tokens. In my experience. What is this? It's kind of cool. Would I rather just like have a Lightning Bolt on the splash or a Mikaeus? 3-Tree Battalion. I do have a lot of 2-drop creatures. I'd rather just have a Lightning Bolt on the splash though. That card's pretty good for removal. Mikaeus doesn't excite me all that much. So Mikaeus with Luminarch Aspirant is definitely a combo. Oh man, look at all these cards. Menagerie Curator. We don't have that many copied creature types. I see Wrath of God, but it's not the direction we want to go in. I think Menagerie Curator is what we want here over this Balustrade Worm. Balustrade Worm's fine, but like it's a 5-drop, and just for 1 extra mana, you can cast 6 drops, and those are usually a lot better. Hinterland Harbor does not tap for either of the black or red mana we want. Crucius is cute. Trapping the Screen's removal, and it works with Elesh Norn, so we're going to take that. Oh. Shardmage's Rescue? Over Teferi on the splash? I'll splash for this Teferi. I like playing Teferi. And look, Cerise, Slayer of Fear. On the wheel. As we might have hoped. Excellent. Pylon is a good card, and we have Grenzo, so there's a chance we will be able to play it. I'm going to snatch it up. Botanical Sanctum. Hey, that's a way to splash for Teferi. There's a green-white land. I saw Zimone, and I know Zimone is good. But we have plenty of playables. I want more ways to splash our good cards. Wheeling Mikaeus to go with our Luminarch Aspirant. Alright. That is juicy. Okay, well, this seems like a pretty fitting place for an Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Xander's Lounge does tap for black, red, and blue, which are all of our splashy colors. But this makes everything lands. Let's see, we're at 21 playables. Probably just take this thing, because it splashes for all 3 of these colors. Overlord's good. Well, I mean, it's good enough. Yeah, I want to play the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, I think. Let's snatch that up. Okay. There's some good cards in this pack. And I really hope Selvala Eager Trailblazer wheels, because I really want that. And I was almost going to just snatch it right up, but Avacyn's Pilgrim's in the pack. And you just have to take the 1-drops when you're playing ramp. Visa looks worse and worse the more I look at it. It's going to draw me a card pretty often and be a fat body, so maybe I'm being too harsh on it. Toby. Also a Fabled Passage. Toby is quite good, especially with Elesh Norn. And I do make a good amount of tokens. Yeah, I'm going to take Toby here. Pest Infestation, if all of those tokens have flying, that seems kind of nuts. Hello, Llanowar Elves. I did mention something about the 1-drop green ramp creatures, didn't I? Yeah. Snatch that right up. Kind of wish I had that Xander's Lounge. But we're going to make this work. Here's a black-green dual land over an Elder Gargaroth. We want to make sure that we can cast our Grenzo. Elder Gargaroth is really good. There's a chance Woodland Cemetery wheels. But I really want to make sure I can cast my Grenzo, so more dual lands. I think that Path to Exile pickup was pretty nice. I mean, that card's good. And it pushed us into white, and we got a bunch of really good white cards. What do we have here? White, blue, black, green land. There's Terra Sunder. Terra Sunder's really good. I just need to take another dual land, though. Let's see, I have 2 black sources so far. I want another blue source, too. I'm going to skip out on the Terra Sunder to take another dual land there. Alright. Vorinclex is pretty strong. 2 forest cards. Are any of these forests? I don't think I got any of the forest duels. No, that's okay. This card's good, though. It can also combo with Elesh Norn to find me 4 forests, which I will probably have at least that many in my deck. Watery Grave helps us splash, but no, we're going to take Vorinclex. That's what we want here. Ketria Triome. That's red. That's green. That's blue. That is perfect. Snatch. And it's a forest, so I can get it with Vorinclex. Excellent. This deck's looking pretty mean. See, I have 2 elementals in the deck. So I'm thinking about cutting Biza a little bit more. Ooh, that's Xander's Lounge on the wheel. Nice. That's not a forest I can search for with Vorinclex, but still excellent. Wheeling Selvala. That feels good. We're definitely in the correct lane. Playing green-white. Green-white, splash, busted cards. And I guess Prismatic Ending would be fine for us. It's not like we're playing Sublime Epiphany. Are we? Should we? No. I might play Prismatic Ending. It seems like a fair removal spell. I don't think I'll play it though. Iganjo, speaking of removal spells. I mean, this is cute, but I don't want to make my deck worse by just adding a bunch of Moxes to it. Bonnie Paul. I mean, that's a double blue pip I'd play for. Yeah. Bonnie Paul can find a slot in here. I think that puts us to 1 cut we have to make. Let's see. Okay. How many white sources do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yeah, that's good. I mean, unless we only have 8 green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green sources. I don't know about that. We don't even have double white, do we? No. Yeah, we can cut a plains. We have enough multicolored ramp. Yeah, Cold Steel, Paradise, all 4 of these tap for any color. Avacyn's Pilgrim taps for white. How badly do I want that island in my deck? I don't really want it. Do I have any way to search for lands? I guess not. Island doesn't really help. Plus, I can search for this forest with Vorinclex if I do search for something. I want to play another forest. 4 black sources for Grenzo. That's plenty. 3 red sources. Yeah, so maybe we cut one of these black sources just to make our mana a little bit better. I'd much less rather have Restless Fortress in the deck. Let's see, 5, 6, 7 white sources. Okay. Bonnie Paul might be hard to cast, but she's good enough. Sanguine Evangelist might actually just be the worst card in here, but it works pretty well with Selvala and all the tokens I'm making. I guess Voice of Resurgence is the worst card here. Yeah, that's a good cut for us. We don't need to be playing a 2-drop 2/2 that doesn't actually do anything for us. It just looked like a 2-drop, and those are hard to cut. Alright, so let's take a look at this real quick. I like it. This looks pretty strong. Teferi's not that good in our deck because we don't have a whole lot of instants, but it's going to be a threat they have to deal with. We could just play Cerise, Slayer of Fear instead of Teferi. But I'd rather have Teferi. It's a diverse threat for us. So I don't think I need to play any basics of blue, black, or red because of all of these 2-drops I have and the Overlord. This looks good. Let's run it. Let's make sure we got 17 lands on so we can record these bad boys. And let's run into some cubes. We went 17 and 6 over 3 drafts yesterday. See if we can do better today. And let's see if we can have even more fun. All right, here's a hand. I want to play Avacyn's Pilgrim on turn 1. So that I can Woodland Cemetery, Utopia Sprawl that forest, and then play Mikaeus for X equals 2, right? Oh, I guess I could just Cold Steel Heart instead. I don't think that's what I want to do, though. I think I'd rather cast Mikaeus after I play Selvala, right? Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. I could have 5 mana to spend next turn. Yeah, that wouldn't be enough. So we're just going to play Mikaeus. Lace the Hind Sculptor? That's pretty good. That's pretty good, I gotta say. Big fan of our opponent's name. He's got class. Will Zavala get countered? Zavala will probably get countered. It's okay, we're not going to be lazy with Mikaeus. Keep him up in case my opponent has some sort of interaction. Yeah, I probably could have Cold Steel Hearted there just to make sure that my good spell actually resolves. One, two, three, four, right? I mean, this is definitely a strategy. It's not necessarily what I planned to be doing with this deck, but I've got a 5/5 Restless Cottage, and it might be a 6/6 next turn. Malcolm is quite good. It's a card I very much like playing with in Cube. I think I should keep getting in with Restless Cottage. I can't play Sanguine Evangelist and Restless Cottage, though, which is a bump. And animate the Restless Cottage, unfortunately. And I think that's okay. I'm just going to get the damage and then drop this Cold Steel Heart. That way we have the mana that we need. We have red, we have white, we have blue. And then next turn when we play the Evangelist, we'll be able to tick it up with Mikaeus 2 turns in a row. Sanguine Evangelist is a weird card to have in a ramp deck, but it fits some of our blended strategies of ramp tokens. Okay. Alright, our opponent's going on the offensive. It's like they don't have a better option, I suppose. Why wouldn't you threaten the attack with Kitsa? Because he doesn't have another spell to play. Alright, so he doesn't have a 1-drop, I guess. Otherwise, he probably would have threatened that attack. He may have just drawn a 1-drop, so. I guess that doesn't matter. He's looking for a land. Is he going to get it? He got it. Okay, this is good. This is good. I can play Sanguine Evangelist. And I can keep this trapped in the screen. I don't need to use it. Animate this with the Cold Steel Heart. And then Mikaeus just gets to pump up the whole team. Nice. And my opponent has some sort of board wipe. Well, we'll have a bat and a Restless Cottage to swing out with the following turn. Yeah, you know, I kind of sleep on Mikaeus, but it's doing some work. Pretty good play. Oh, wow. Flooding the board. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I should continue to animate the Restless Cottage. Maybe Trapped in the Screen one of the Evangelists, just to give him fewer blockers. Let's see, can I do both? No, I want to attack in with my Avacyn's Pilgrim, so we're just going to move to attacks here. Gonna have to make some chumps. I'm going to be left over with bats. He'll be left over with bats, but maybe he'll make some bad blocks and I'll get him with Mikaeus. We shall see. Mikaeus is definitely dangerous here. Our opponent just has to like double and triple block anything if he wants to actually kill it. Not block him with his Evangelist. That's interesting. And if he's planning to like crack back and kill me with the bat and the Restless Anchorage, well, I have a food to crack and gain life. Oh no. That's a lot. That's probably too much for us. Let's see. Yeah, he gets to add 3 damage with the Restless Anchorage. Dang, Time Warp. That's too good. We needed to not attack with that Avacyn's Pilgrim and then Trapped in the Screen one of his creatures. Well played, opponent. Good math. Oh? Oh? He missed it! No, he didn't. He gets to Malcolm and cast it for free. That's so much cooler. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Malcolm, too good. Alright, well, that's one way to start, losing to Time Warp. That was a good game. Yeah, if we had just Trapped in the Screen one of his creatures instead of attacking with Avacyn's Pilgrim, well, he would have had another attacker. You know, we might have still been dead. Yeah, because I don't think I'm Trapped in the Screening his Malcolm there because it was only at 2 counters and I wasn't worried about him casting free spells. That was a pretty convenient position for my opponent to be in. He had Malcolm at 2 with that Time Warp and the Cyber Siphoner. That was a pretty cool combo. I don't have the white mana I want in this hand, but I have a Llanowar Elves on turn 1. And I have a lot of other ramp cards and a lot of white sources, so I don't want to go down to 6 cards. This hand's pretty sweet. Well, it could be pretty sweet. Playing a Llanowar Elves on turn 1 is a good place to start. We draw a white source, we get a turn 3 Selvala. Hey, we got a white source. It could have been a blue source for Bonnie Paul, but we'll get another one. Maybe. Selvala always taps for whatever color mana you want, so that will be good. I mean, he might just kill Selvala. Not having a land there is kind of rough. It would have been nice to ramp into Vorinclex. And 4/5's hard to kill with burn spells. Plenty of kill spells he could have, though. Ooh, baby. We get to cast spells. I could just play Bonnie Paul. That doesn't seem quite as good as getting lands. Yeah. I'm going to get some lands with Vorinclex, and then we'll cast Bonnie Paul next turn when we can actually make an attack. Auto tapper kind of got me good there. I wanted to tap a Llanowar Elves instead of that Cold Steel Heart. Oh well. It would have been nice to keep up Path to Exile here, but we will not get to due to the auto tapper. Why did it do that? Why wouldn't it leave me with white mana to cast the one white mana spell in my hand? Whack. Our ramp's pretty outrageous. We went 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we did miss a land drop. So we're making up for our lack of lands by just playing cards. Alright, so Bonnie Paul can be played with Selvala. I don't have a black source on the field. Tapping Llanowar Elves before it keeps that untapped for some crazy reason. Let's get black, because I'm going to play Bonnie Paul right now, and I'd rather be able to cast Grenzo at some point in the future. Let's see. If I tag that Llanowar Elves with this Mercenary, it gets +1 to my mana. Yep, that's good. I'm going to keep this Path to Exile up for when he gives his Knight Death Touch. Get through with trample damage, and then I mean, unless my opponent has Damnation, he'll just be dead next turn. Oh, right. I suppose he could play a Perforator Crocodile or a Massacre Worm to do some minor damage to my board. Damnation would be cute, though. I could have just hit my Vorinclex's ult there, but yeah, I mean, hitting Vorinclex's ult would keep us a little bit safer from board wipes, but I didn't really foresee a board wipe coming from this Knight of Ebon Legion. He hasn't played anything else. Maybe that was his plan the whole time. blow me out with Damnation. We'll definitely be in trouble if that's the case. Yeah, flipping Vorinclex would have been a cool play last turn too. I haven't done that many times in Magic. Alted a Vorinclex. We'll call it an alt. Hey, a Meathook Massacre. Well, that's not a Damnation. Conveniently enough. That was cool. Our opponent got rid of some big threats. Very cool. Yeah, we're going to get some attacks in and then alt this Vorinclex because he's cool. Boom. Okay, okay, I like this. We'll get a Primeval Titan and an Elesh Norn. Fine, I'm about to get another Primeval trigger. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. There we go, nice and even. Oh no, it's not going to be even once the Primeval Titan makes lands. I decline. I want two 11/11s. The Grand Evolution. That was cool. Our ramp deck went rampalicious there. Llanowar Elves, Cold Steel Heart, Selvala. Excellent. 1-0. Let's keep it rolling. 1-1. We lost our first game. Okay. No. Well, if I top deck a forest, I've got a turn 2 Overlord. But turn 3 Overlord will be fine with this Llanowar Elves. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can. Yeah, I can use Utopia Sprawl on the land that Overlord makes. Ooh, I don't think I should play Llanowar Elves now. I should play this Cold Steel Heart for green. Oh, wow. Well, he was going to braid the Llanowar Elves or that, so what can you do? Well, I'll be in trouble if he kills the Llanowar Elves. Yep. Opponent had some good removal. We're going to need a good top deck here, or we are in trouble. It was not very helpful. It's not what I need. I wonder what card my opponent stole. Oh, that's a nice top deck, sort of. Oh no, it comes into play tapped. What a disaster. Alright, well, I guess I'll just make some 1/1s to block with. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm just gonna die otherwise. Next turn I can play Overlord or Primeval Titan if I draw land. And I'm more confident in my deck giving me good cards late game than this guy's deck. So that's why I use Pest Infestation, because I'd rather stay alive to be able to cast these cards than maybe get some more value out of it later on. This being a tapped land hurt. He needs removal on the pest. Is he thinking about it? Shock that pest. Murder that pest. Oh, wow. How strong. Oh, he didn't make me discard all the cards in my hand? Oh, well, looks good to me. What do I need here? I need a green source and I need a blue source, I guess. And I need a forest in order to cast this Utopia Sprawl. I'm just going to take these two cards. I don't need a forest that badly. My opponent took Bonnie Paul. That's strong. He can't get an attack trigger with value there. All right, that's good. Vorinclex. I definitely want to attack with Primeval Titan, but I'm not going to be left with much on defense. Maybe I don't want to attack with Primeval Titan. That's kind of awkward. It's very awkward. All right, I'm going to play Vorinclex. Alright. And then the Utopia Sprawl on this. No, whatever. I'll name green. I have all the colors I need. And then I could impend that, but I don't really want to. I'd rather just keep up this to cycle. Do I have any 1-drops I want to play? Yeah, I do. So let's do it now. And make sure this taps correctly. Oh, wait, do I want... Would I rather have a white for that possible Path to Exile? Yeah, in that case... Wait. This taps for green. Yeah. I think it's more likely that I draw one of my 1-drops that's green. Alright. No attacks because I'm just dead if I attack. My opponent plays a land, I'm in trouble anyway, but... yeah, we're pretty dead. And him having that land to bring back with Bonnie Paul was not good for us. Oof. This is a rough start. Our opponent curved out quite well there. And we were short 1 mana to be able to play 2 creatures on that turn. Alright. Well, it'll make the comeback all that much better. 1-2 to 7-2. Here we go. And this deck is great. I will definitely win more games. I can confidently say that. Bathtub Gin. This is not the kind of hand I want to be winning games with. I can play Teferi, I can play Selvala, but I don't have any kind of ramping. This hand looks too slow. Wow, this hand sucks. All right, we're going to 5. Going to 5. Here we go. Ditch that. Ditch that. Good. This hand looks fine. We got a turn 4 Primeval Titan queued up. Okay. Black. Is he more likely to have a Liliana? I don't really want this Cold Steel Heart to be tapping for green. But I guess it makes sense. I'm just going to play this. I want to get the Overlord out next turn. I could play Paradise Druid and Llanowar Elves instead. That way I actually have the Overlord to play the following turn. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Top decking that Llanowar Elves changes my play pattern. And we've got a nice prime time next turn. Barring no removal from our opponent. They have 1 black mana at least. Do they have a counterspell? I guess we should probably play Overlord to see if they have a counterspell. They don't have double blue. But this is a bit safer. Yeah, there we go. He had a counterspell. Much rather have that Overlord countered than a primetime. All right, I feel safe running out our Primeval Titan now. Wow. Good removal. Good removal, opponent. Hard to beat that. Double counterspells. That Disdainful Stroke after ramping out with Midnight Clock. Wow. Of all the counterspells they could have for 1 blue mana, that is actually the only one that could counter us there. For 1 and a blue, there's not a single other card in the cube that could counter our Primeval Titan, other than Disdainful Stroke. At least Restless Prairie lets our guys attack in for a bunch. See if he counters this. Seems to be playing a counterspell heavy deck. I don't want him to kill my Restless Prairie. He can just block with his Cottage other creatures. Yeah, I guess we're just passing here. Taking a bunch of damage in the air. He forgot to tick up his midnight clock. Oh, some good counterspells from our opponent. Oh god, that's game. Wow, what a joke. That's awesome. That is awesome. All right, so we're going to totally 1-3 this draft. Well, at least he can't block with the Restless Cottage anymore. Oh man, what a joke. Our opponent had everything. Can't win them all. We're going to quit this one. Call it a new draft. You know what? I didn't really have fun in that match, but that's okay. Our opponent had some good counterspells we couldn't compete with. Let's move on. Lick our wounds. You know, I'm wrong. This is the worst I've ever performed in Cube Draft. We will never see that again. 1-3. Oof. That stings. We got 2 trophies yesterday. 3 trophies so far this week. All right, new draft, pack 1, pick 1, busted cards. Yeah, we're gonna take Overlord of the Mistmoors here. We can consider the rest of the cards in the pack if we want, briefly, but this card's just so good. It is definitely the best card. Maybe we'll wheel a Throbbing Inspector, because that card's sweet. Maybe we'll wheel a Lingering Souls. This card kind of goes late, pack 1. There's some good cards in this pack added in from Duskmourn, like FOMO, Silent Hall Creeper. We're happy to just first pick the Overlord, take one of the best cards in the format, I would imagine. This was the best card in Duskmourn Limited. And it's a pretty good card in Standard. I'm sure it's going to be great in Cube Draft. Though I haven't played with it myself, I've played against it, and it was pretty absurd. All right, what do we have? Pack 1, pick 2. Nothing here in white that screams at me. Phantasmal Image is really good. You get to copy Titans and Overlords and all sorts of fancy things. Sometimes you just copy your Deep Cavern Bats and take another card from their hand. Nothing else in this pack is screaming at me. Burn Down the House is a really good card. Kite Sail Arsonist is strong, but we could even wheel that. We're going to take Phantasmal Image and be quite happy with it. All right, pick 3. What do we have here? A new card for Cube, Sylvan-Tutor. That's cool. It's not what we're taking, but it's cool. Unidentified Hovership looks pretty sweet. It's a good removal spell. Goes well with our Overlord. Well, it's white, so that's a good follow-up pick because we have Overlord. Nothing else in this pack is really screaming at me. The Rafine's Tower does look pretty good, just to be able to cast our spells. It might be a little bit better than taking the Unidentified Hovership, honestly. But this card's good removal. It's going to take out aggressively costed creatures. It's going to be strong. Okay. You know, I'm not really a fan of playing a white-black control deck in this format, as good as Damnation is. Damnation would look pretty cool after that Rafine's Tower we didn't snatch up. But if we took Damnation, we could wheel one of these dual lands and play some sort of Esper Shell. Otherwise, I'm just thinking about taking this March of Otherworldly Light. It takes out a lot of cheap creatures that you need to deal with. I do like wiping the board, though. March is strong, but I'm going to spec pick the Damnation here, see if we see a bunch of other good black cards or Esper cards. Flooded Strand. Going well with that. Rafine's Tower. I'm thinking that Unidentified Hovership was definitely wrong. Teferi's fine, but it's not necessarily a card I'm dying to play in any of my control decks. I'm more interested in like a Spyglass Siren or a Flooded Strand or a Disdainful Stroke, and I'm going to take this Flooded Strand just because it keeps me open. Disdainful Stroke is quite strong, as we saw in the last game. But I want Flooded Strand. There's a bunch of fine cards in there we might wheel. I want the dual land. If we are playing blue, then we want to be able to splash it. Grave Titan. Grave Titan is awesome. I don't really want to take Thousand Moon Smithy. I feel like this card is probably not that good in this cube. It's good in the Tinkerer's cube. But Grave Titan's a fine follow-up to having Damnation. Okay, Godless Shrine. Hallowed Fountain. We're going to wheel one card in this pack. Is it going to be a Godless Shrine? Probably not. It's probably going to be a Horned Lockwhale or a Slick Shot show-off. We could just take Hallowed Fountain to make sure that we can play this Phantasmal Image. But Godless Shrine is going to help us cast our spells. There's also some good removal here. Infernal Grasp is the good removal spell. But I'm less interested in it. I want to make sure I can cast my spells. So I'm going to take this Godless Shrine. Here we go. Breach the Multiverse. We're going to need Mind Stones. That's for sure. In our white-black expensive cards deck. Marionette Apprentice is a fine 2-drop, but Breach the Multiverse is going to be good for us, getting things like Grave Titan and Overlord. Let's snatch that up. There's that Wheeled Lingering Souls. Yeah, we're going to take Lingering Souls here. Very happy to see that. That's a very good card to be playing if you're in white-black. I don't think Banalish Knight Commander is really what we want in this deck. We could just play Mutavault. But this does send a message that white is just completely unavailable to our opponent to the left. Occult Conscript. Yeah, it looks like we're going to end up in some sort in a white-black deck playing Lingering Souls, and that's going to be fine. It's like I said, I don't want to be in a white-black control deck, but if we're just in a deck with its white and black and playing a bunch of creatures and Lingering Souls, I think we're going to look just fine. Though I will say, I'm still interested in splashing Phantasmal Image, and I have this Flooded Strand. So I'm going to take Undercity Sewers over this March. And then a Disdainful Stroke over that Spyglass Siren. Yeah, that'll be good. I don't think Null Drifter will make... Ooh, we wheeled the Hallowed Fountain? That is sweet. Okay, alright, Esper Control. I see you, trying to make yourself work for me. Ophiomancer is a pretty good card. I see Dollmaker's Shop, but I don't know how much attacking we're actually going to be doing. Dollmaker's Shop is good. Are we taking it over Ophiomancer, though? about that. You know, I'm going to take it. With Lingering Souls, Dollmaker's Shop is actually pretty nasty. Welcoming Vampire, maybe, for our Lingering Souls and our Dollmakers. Yeah, that counts tokens too, right? Adeline is also very good. Adeline might just be better than Welcoming Vampire. Adeline immediately gives you a creature. Welcoming Vampire is a little bit slower, but it does combo well with our Dollmaker's Shop and a lot of our other cards. I'm going to take Adeline because I think it's a better threat. Welcoming Vampire so often just dies the turn that you play it. I'm not that interested. Okay. And Welcoming Vampire fits a little bit better with our control-y vibes, but I'm thinking that we're going to move away from blue, even though we wield these cards. It's not that much of a pull to play them. Splitskin Doll is really good if we're just getting on board with a white-black deck. It is a toy, so it doesn't trigger the Dollmaker's Shop. But it's going to be strong. It's a 2-drop. Here we go. Funeral Room. That seems like a white-black card to me. Yeah. We're going to play some sort of Aristocrats deck. I see Agent of Rafine here, too. The card's really good. There's less black coming around. Are we a white-blue deck? We're going to play Funeral Room. I think it's going to be good. We might see some more of the black creatures, like Jadar, that make more creatures. Leyline Binding looks kind of hard to... I mean, it's going to make... It's going to be a 3-coster. Ornithopter is probably going to help us ramp into better things. I'm not that interested in Aven Interrupter. I'm going to take this Ornithopter of Paradise. It even attacks if I really want it to for our Dollmaker's Shop. Caustic Bronco. That card's good, especially when we're aggressive. Wandering Rescuer. I mean, I know I took Damnation and Breach of Multiverse and I'm calling us aggressive, but I like the idea of a Dollmaker's Shop and 1-drops and Funeral Room. I'm going to take Caustic Bronco. We need more 2-drops in this deck no matter what it looks like. Steel Seraph. It's not like we're taking good blue cards. There's also Dissection Tools, which is going to work pretty well with some of the things that we're doing. Yeah, let's take the Dissection Tools. I think it might be a little bit better than Steel Seraph in this deck. White-blue land for possible splashiness, or Perforator Crocodile for a top end. Perforator Crocodile works pretty well with Awakening Hall, too. And if we're planning to do any kind of reanimation, Perforator Crocodile also puts itself in the graveyard. That's a nice wheel, Gutter Bones. Wheeling the Welcoming Vampire. Over either of these white-black duels. It kind of hurts to not have these. I think this will be better than Ranger of Eos for us. I'll take Flood Pit's Drowner, though. I think we're moving away from blue. Or we fully have moved away from blue. Yorion, Blinks, Overlord of the Mistmoors. That seems like a cool combo. Leyline Binding as a 3-drop makes more sense than taking that other card. Wandering Rescuer probably doesn't find its way into the deck, but snatch it up. Alright, pack 3, what you got for us? Sheoldred? Elspeth Sun's Champion seems cute, but meh. Sheoldred's really good. There's another Mind Stone we're not going to get. Yeah, we're going to take Sheoldred. Just playing a white-black mid-range deck. Bitter Blossom seems pretty good with Funeral Room. And with our Flood the Board with Tokens theme. Yeah, I'm happy to take that. Bitter Blossom's even good with Damnation. Sort of. There's that Jadar we were talking about. There's also Priest of the Forgotten Gods. I don't know which one I'm more likely to wheel. At this point, I think it's more likely that I wheel Priest, given what I've seen going around. Smuggler's Copter is really good. Jadar is just exactly what we want to be doing with this deck. Funeral Room, Welcoming Vampire. And we're going to take Jadar. It's a really good 2-drop. Okay, this is a good pack. Liliana, Murderous Rider, Go for the Throat. Go for the Throat is good. Kills most of the threats you have to deal with in this set. Liliana is a nice engine, though. Liliana also beats Bitter Blossom, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I think I want the Murderous Rider. Nah, I'm going to take Liliana. Liliana's cool. Let's try her out. Sorin over a cut down? I don't think so. I think I want to take the cut down. There's also a Sky Sovereign and a Drown and Ichor here. Does this remove? No. I can't remove counters with Proliferate. Of course not. That would be overpowered. I guess Sorin looks pretty good here. He's not usually my pick, but I'm going to take the cut down. I need some interaction. I don't have a whole lot of removal in this deck. Wow. Choices, choices, choices. Nexus of Becoming, Sheoldred's Edict, Sunfall. Sunfall feels a little weird with our aggressive deck. I'm going to take Sheoldred's Edict. We don't need more than one board wipe in the deck. Journey to Nowhere, Noxious Gearhulk, Bloodchief's Thirst. Good choices here. I think Journey to Nowhere is our pick. Also combos with Yorion. Ooh, alright. Elesh Norn to go with our Overlord and our Grave Titan and our Hover Ship. Welcoming Vampire, our Journey. What else? What else? I also see that there's a Thoughtseize in this pack, so taking Elesh Norn to really have a good excuse for it. Yeah, I'm taking Thoughtseize here. Mind Stone on the wheel over a Maul of the Skyclaves. Maul's pretty good in an aggressive deck. I think I'd rather have this Mind Stone. I don't necessarily think I'm going to play it. Here's another Day of Judgment. More board wipes. White-black control just doesn't make any sense. That card seems cool. That's Disruption. And destroying all creatures does seem fine, but I'm going to take the Darkstar Banisher. I think it'll be better for our deck. Ooh, Priest of Forgotten Gods over this dual land? Yeah, I do want the Priest. We wanted to wheel it, and we did, and we're happy about it. Wheeling Sorin. Well, we're definitely in an open lane. We passed a Sunfall and a Day of Judgment, but like I said, I don't like the white-black control deck very much. And this aggressive deck looks a little bit cleaner. We could have taken Mind Stones and stuff, but this looks pretty cool. We have Jadar and Priest of Forgotten Gods and Bitter Blossom. We have this Dollmaker's Shop. We have Funeral Room. So we're really trying to flood the board with creatures and then trade them off, make them die. Let's see what is cuttable. That card seems good. Exile target non-land permanent, 3 or less, and then they seek a card. Yeah, that seems good. Get rid of something that matters, and then they get to draw a card later. Funeral Room seems a lot worse than Bastion of Remembrance, because it doesn't make a creature. I'm not a huge fan of Sorin. I guess Dissection. I mean, Dissection Tools is going to be good with Yorion. I'd like to have a couple good cards with Yorion. Liliana doesn't quite fit the bill for this deck. Breach the Multiverse is looking a little bit worse, but it does do some really cool things for me. Like Grave Titan, I can Yorion and do things. I can bring back Grave Titan. I don't have any ways to ramp into it though. Dissection Tools is pretty good with all of the tokens that we're creating. Benalis Knight Commander is probably one of the worst cards here. Yorion's going to be good with Darkstar Banisher. It's going to be good with Split Skin Doll. It's going to be good with Journey to Nowhere sometimes. It's going to be good with Dissection Tools and Overlord. Do I have any other ETB things I want to try and sneak in to make it better? I guess Unidentified Hovership is going to be another one that it's good with. Yeah, I don't know if this Funeral Room is actually worth a slot. It's a nice effect to have. Especially because we don't have Vran and we're killing ourselves with Bitter Blossom. What are the chances we actually get to cast that card? As Awakening Hall, that is. I guess the hover ship isn't that good. Damnation makes sense for us just because we have multiple ways to get back on board. It's a nice reset button just in case. So what is our cut? Damnation does kind of seem like the worst card. And maybe trying to fit Yorion in here with Overlord is just too much of a stretch. It's like the only thing Yorion does is blink Overlord. It blinks Darkstar, it blinks Journey to Nowhere. It's not going to blink that much. And that's a good reason to get rid of Dissection Tools. Though Dissection Tools fits better with all of the token creators that we have. The Yorion combo with Overlord does seem cute. But I don't like how it raises our curve. Yeah, I like the idea of Funeral Room, but this is not Bastion of Remembrance. I think I would rather actually just play the Yorion. Funeral Home's good when I have tons of 1/1 tokens. Yorion's good with Overlord. Breach the Multiverse is expensive, but it does win games. Be a nice thing to curve into, especially when we're drawing extra cards. And we do draw extra cards. Yeah, I think we should just ditch the Yorion plan. Make sure that Funeral Room actually does some work, kills our opponent. The Awakening Hall is a lot worse without another creature that's big. I guess we could ditch the Cut Down. Cut Down is pretty sweet. We also have Lonely End in the sideboard. Play some more removal and a Sorin over that Breach. No, I don't think this is definitely a 17 land deck still. Even if we're cutting expensive cards. Sorin is definitely an engine. I don't have much of a high mana. I guess with Funeral Room, I do lose like 11 life with Sorin. Yeah, I like this. Lonely End, and then Breach the Multiverse at the top. This fits our strategy well. I wish we could fit this Hangerback Walker in, but there are a lot of ways to interact with Hangerback Walker that don't make it die. Just wondering if there's a deck here that looks better. Let's see. I'll save that one, but let's see if I take out some of these 2-drops, put in some of this ramp. Does this deck look better? Not with Perforator Crocodile. This card is sick. Maybe this does look better. Instead of playing some 2-drops, I just play some ramp to get up into these big guys. Oh, what happened? Oh, Mythic Tier 1. Season rewards. Alright, we're starting over. I wish Arena Cube Draft was ranked. That would be awesome. Alright, we're going to try this out. Try this tokens build that's a little lower to the ground. And if it doesn't pay off, well, we're going to switch to the rampy version. This is a good hand. Huh. Get a priest out there. I have that Godless Shrine to search up with this Flooded Strand. And there's a good chance I'll just get rid of his Agent of Rafine next turn. I don't like my opponent having that card out. But if he doesn't have a second point of power on the board and he's tapped out, then I may just attack with the priest after playing Dollmaker's Shop. To get another creature, because he's going to get a card from Agent of Rafine. That's for sure. I guess I don't need the Godless Shrine, do I? I don't need another black source. I'm just going to get this plane so I don't take more damage. Yeah, I want to use my white mana while I can. My opponent's getting a card with Agent of Rafine. That card's so good. That's why we almost switched into white-blue for it. Just steals your opponent's cards. I mean, a 1-mana 1/2 that just has the text 2 mana, draw a card, would be pretty strong. But that steals cards from your opponent's deck, too. And they're stronger because they're duplicates you can cast with mana of any color. That's what I like to see. My opponent missing land drops after having their Agent of Rafine. Alright, here we go. Here's what I can do. Alright, I can exile this crab. And then I can go to combat, attack for 2. And then sacrifice these 2 toys. So that dies. There we go. I could have also sacrificed Gutterbones and got him back and played him, but I didn't quite have the tapped out mana that way. If I had done the auto tapper, then I would have been able to do that. And I think it would have been worth it to have 2 1/1s as opposed to getting in 2 damage. Good trade. Priest did its job. Now it is gone. Oh, what up, Blazed Hobbit? Thanks for being here. Oh, you're not late. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. I'm gonna let him trade off with the Gutterbones. Did we get it back? Oh, that is not Cult Conscript. Much better for that situation. No. I am going to cut down my own Darkstar Banisher. I do not want him getting a 2-for-1 on me. He can now Treasure Cruise, but hopefully I just top deck a land and get to Porcelain Gallery next turn, attack him with a couple 3/3s. Our opponent has a pretty good late game strategy. He's probably going to draw a land, and then have a land to play next turn to trigger his Field of the Dead. This is good for us. We definitely needed that land there to make sure our board presence is solid. There's the land for Field of the Dead. Yeah, I don't like that Disdainful Stroke in my opponent's hand while we have this Breach the Multiverse. But maybe he'll just play a creature that's big. I would like him to tap out, but I don't want to play this Journey pre-combat and then see him like spend 6 mana on something like a Sublime Epiphany and then me not have the 7 mana to play Breach. So I'm holding back Journey in case he actually plays a creature that matters. I might be walking into some like double spell removal action where he gets to trade off with one of my creatures with a zombie, but we'll see what happens. Oh wow, that's pretty strong. That is pretty dang strong. And he still has Disdainful Stroke, so I can't cast my Breach. That was pretty good, opponent. That was pretty good. Porcelain Gallery definitely has a fragile factor. Yeah, we're in trouble now. Did our opponent tap out? Looks like he tapped out. I'd really like to Journey to Nowhere that Overlord. He exiled my Overlord, so mine's not in there anymore. Ugh. Well, hopefully we hit something good. Oh man, what a terrible hit. Oh, that's so bad. Wow. That could not possibly be worse. Yeah, he took my Overlord. I didn't get Grave Titan, so we're probably gonna lose. That Breach of the Multiverse was so bad. Cubing's fun. I'm having a good time. I went 1-3 with my first draft, and that is unheard of. It was a disaster. And this one is not going too well either. But we're having fun. Our opponent has just had perfect answers all game. Let's top deck that Damnation. Of course not. Let's see, draw Damnation. Yeah, it's a little too late for the Grave Titan. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. Alright, so we're going to change up our strategy here. We're going to get rid of some of these cheaper creatures. Adeline, Funeral Room, and we're going to put in some bigger things, and Mind Stones and Ornithopters. We're going to play Yorion to blink our Overlord with. I liked the Darkstar Banisher. It was pretty good. Alright, let's try this instead. A little bit more of a ramp feature. Try to get up to those 7 mana and 6 mana creatures a little bit faster. Instead of getting on board early with Split Skin Dolls and Caustic Broncos, maybe we'll go over the top of our opponent. Get our Gutter Bones out first. And now a Bitter Blossom. And next turn we can Thoughtseize. We have a good answer to the Psychic Frog with Sheoldred's Edict. Kitesail Larcenist, probably. I guess I can kill that pretty easily. I'll get rid of this Chrome Host Seed Shark. It's the one I can't kill with Lonely End. See if he discards a card here, and then I can Sheoldred's Edict him. A card on block is going to be worth more than me dealing 2 damage. Yeah, here we go. Great value. And there comes the Larcenist. Well, it's probably a little bit better to curve out with than Lonely End. Let's do it. This has ward 1. I can pay it. I'm gonna get my Gutter Bones back and attack. We have a pretty sweet board position now. Our opponent's digging. Looking for lands. No, he got one. Is that worth Lonely Ending to make sure my Gutter Bones gets in? Get an extra 2 damage. What's this thing do? Gives things flashback. I can always just block Lazav on the ground, even if he gets a clue out of it. Yeah, I'll just attack in the sky. Gutter Bones can block, right? Yeah. If he wants to attack with Lazav, that's fine. I'll have a removal spell for his other creature. Or if he attacks and I block and he has removal, well, he wasted it. Our opponent just milled their Breach the Multiverse. Yep. Oh no. That's okay. He'll discard cards, and then I'll Lonely End it. I still have 3 plus 3, so if he discards all of his cards, Lazav is still dead. I guess I should just hit it now, right? Yeah, because if he makes it a copy of it, he'll have an extra card from that clue, and I don't want him doing that. Yeah, because then Lazav's still alive. Let's just get rid of it now. I would much rather him not have a Psychic Frog. And that flashback ability is pretty expensive. Ooh, what a top deck. Alright, getting in there. Too many flyers. JMS. Groovy. Good game. I do like the new Fox art on JMS. I haven't had a chance to play with him, but it is cool. Okay, so looking at the way my deck worked out. Mindstone and Ornithopter seem a little less strong. But Breach the Multiverse needs bigger things. I feel like I need one more creature, like these 2 more creatures to play with it. I don't necessarily need to be playing Yorion in this deck. Or Breach the Multiverse. So if we go back to Caustic Bronco Split Skin Doll, and then ditch Breach the Multiverse. Put Adeline back in. Yeah, I like the way this looks. We don't need to try and cast 7 drops. We can just cast 6 drops. And I really want to blink Overlord of the Mistmores with Yorion. I think that would be really sweet. I sort of have a free splash for that Phantasmal image. Especially with the Ornithopter. I could consider putting that back in. This hand looks good. We've got removal, we've got an engine, we've got an end game. I'm in. Drawing lands, our opponent's not playing 2 drops. I wish I had drawn a 2 drop, but we will survive. That's not my favorite thing to be lonely ending, but scrying for 1 every turn is value. So we're going to prevent our opponent from gaining that. Would I rather them just kill Adeline on the spot or Welcoming Vampire? Probably Adeline, so I'll play that first and then play Welcoming Vampire next turn. That sticks up to some more removal. No, not that. Certainly not that. But at least Welcoming Vampire is here now. Wow. What a curve. Our opponent top decked a Mox to go with their Oracle for turn 5. Play Chandra. Chandra did not kill me. Can we get some value? Yes, we can. That makes it 2/2, so it should trigger Welcoming Vampire. There we go. And then I could equip and attack. If I equip and attack, it'll be down to 4, and then it can't kill Welcoming Vampire. So let's do that. He might have removal, but I think this is a little bit safer. Because with 5 toughness, it doesn't die to Chandra. And it doesn't die to Overlord either, but we don't have to worry about that for a couple turns. And with Dissection Tools and Bitter Blossom, we have kind of an okay game plan against Chandra. Okay. Yep. I'm just going to blow up Welcoming Vampire. Well, at least it took him a couple cards to do so. He could have just abraded that and then killed the other thing with Chandra, and Chandra would have more on it, so. Hopefully I can just resolve this Grave Titan. Yeah, that's good. And then next turn I have Cut Down and Yorion. Overlord's going to animate at the end of his turn, so hopefully he doesn't play a large blocker to go with it. Well, if he plays 1 blocker, that's fine. Just hopefully not 2. Because I'll run the zombies at Chandra just to try and kill her. I just don't want him to have good blocks against Grave Titan. I want to be able to cut down his Silent Hall Creeper.
You're just hiding from me. I get it. You're gonna watch me play this absolute garbage without even knowing it then.
Steaming Sauna. All right. Pretty solid card. He indeed does not have good blocks against
I
Chandra.
reset my passwords and do all my bills for the month.
Send him in. It might be cool to get more value out of Yorion. And it seems like an alright idea to get Bitter Blossom out, but I don't want him making a copy of his Overlord with that Silent Hall Creeper. So I'm just going to make a ton of 2/2s and keep up this cut down. Now I have an abundance of blockers to deal with Overlord. Even with the trigger, if he kills Grave Titan and Yorion, I still have plenty of blockers.
Okay.
He's gonna Pyroclasm me.
What is this? This. I don't love this. Does this work? How does this work?
Burn down the house. Pretty
I
strong.
don't love this. Okay, you got me.
Pretty strong, opponent. Why does my opponent have 31 cards left in their deck? What the heck? How many cards does my opponent... Oh, because they played Oracle. Okay.
Interesting. Any elements?
Help get Burn Down the House back into their hand. They probably have Lutri Time Walk now.
Oh, he's gonna let me go to one. Interesting. Oh my. Yes. How many times do I have to approve this request?
Well, that's the best I got. Flashback Time Twister, or
Ew.
I don't know. I don't know what my opponent's got planned. All sorts of things he could do here. Probably just Lutri Time Walk, as previously discussed. No, he's going to copy Lutri, shove aside. Okay. This is going to be a long game, it looks like.
Interesting.
Dollmaker's Shop would be pretty sweet. I have some good top decks. Plenty of ways to gain life again. Ooh, that card's gonna be really good if he doesn't have Burn Down the House in his hand.
Don't kill it.
And I don't know if I can risk playing that though. I know he has Burn Down the House.
How do I go?
I think I have to hold on to it until he tries to wipe all of my flyers out once.
It's under different.
Alright, well now I should probably do it because he doesn't have to worry about. I don't have any kind of clock to produce. He's got 2 cards left. Yeah, this will be a good time to Lingering Souls, now that he got rid of Adeline.
Too good.
I don't like that. Heisting tends to take 3 very strong cards out of your opponent's deck.
What?
Okay.
Wow, wow, wow.
Have a cut down. Does he have a board wipe too? Or do we get to get some damage in? Oh, of course he took our best card. Our best card, what do you know? I roll.
Oh my god. Every device needs to approve every device. Yes, approve.
Yeah, I mean, Heist always takes your opponent's 3 best cards from their library. You get to choose one of them. Such a busted mechanic. Ooh, we top decked a land. Top decked our 10th land. Top decked our 10th land before our 10th spell. It's not good.
Ooh, you got me. C420?
More heisting. My eyes do not go far enough into the back of my head.
We did it.
Of course he got Overlord. And he probably has something he can cast.
Not a real card.
Yeah, let's find out.
Or you're just bad luck, man, coming in.
There's Yorion. Maybe he'll blink Overlord by mistake. He will not. This has been a slow and painful one. Our opponent is stealing too many cards from our library. They've stolen Yorion, they've stolen Overlord. They probably got the other card that costs 6 mana from our deck. So fucking boring. Oh, jeez. I pass. Snoresville. Yeah, our opponent's deck was okay. They got pretty lucky there. We couldn't really compete. Let's restructure a bit.
I think that's fine. I have a
Dissection
real
Tools
ID.
was quite good. Adeline was not. Do I want the Caustic Bronco or the Funeral Room? Question. I think Funeral Room would be pretty sweet. Already getting my cards taken from my deck by my opponent. Between Caustic Bronco and that hidden
There we
unidentified.
go. Knew this price wasn't going to stay up.
The Bronco's a little worse for what I'm trying to accomplish. Yeah, because I'm winning in the air. I'd rather just have some more removal. I'm winning with 1/1 flyers more often than not. All right, 1 and 2. Wow, we've. I mean, this is a terrible performance today. I'm like 2 and 5 in cube today. I've never seen such a thing. And these have been miserably long games. I've been playing for 2 hours and I've only played what? 6 games? 7 games? And long ones. Long, miserable games. Let's see if we can have a little bit more fun. Yeah, this hand sucks.
Wait, not the color we needed.
With one of these, it's a black source.
Alright.
We're low rolling pretty hard today.
Mikey.
We'll put Journey away. Just have big things to cast.
Green so bad.
Well, none of those removal spells do anything against me, so I guess I'll just get rid of Adeline.
Well, if you won't even hang out with me.
I need another white source for our Overlord. Guess we get a Lingering Souls out. Oh, wow. What a top deck from our opponent. That Journey to Nowhere would be looking pretty nice here. Oh. What a top deck from our opponent. That is crazy. Anzrag is absurd. I think I'm just dead. I think the game is already over. I'll leave back one blocker to block his Enduring Innocence, but Ansrag, I mean, I don't have an answer for Ansrag, so I'm just dead. He just gets to Primal Might Ansrag and win. What an absurd card. 8 power for 4 mana. Oh god. If you block it, untap it and have another combat for free. So absurd. That card sucks. Yeah, we could have kept our Journey to Nowhere and not lost that game. We probably would have won handedly, but also if we had just drawn a Plains, we would have been fine. That's some bad luck. I've been getting shit on today. All right, 1 and 3, twice in a row. Cube Draft champion. Look at me. We're not discouraged. I am the best at Cube Draft, and the next one will be a trophy. Confidently, I can say I can beat anybody in Cube Draft. This is my jam. Just had some bad luck today. Sometimes you low roll while your opponent's high roll, and you lose. Starting over, new draft. Pack 1, pick 1, Malcolm Alluring Scoundrel. That's definitely the best card in this pack. Iron Crag is pretty good as well, but you don't want to be going into those non-green ramp strategies without a plan. Malcolm is good. It's a must-answer threat that kills your opponent eventually. It has flash, it has flying. I like being in blue with aggressive decks. I think they're the best in this format by a large margin. The aggressive blue decks are much better than anything else. Lutri the Spell Chaser, maybe. I see this Polluted Delta, and I'm interested in it. None of these other cards are really that exciting. Bastion of Remembrance is pretty good in the right blue-black deck. Lutri's fine in any deck. Lutri is fine in any deck. It's kind of hard to get it into your hand. Efficiently. I think I'm more interested in this Polluted Delta. Okay. Overlord of the Mistmoors. Jace the Mind Sculptor. Overlord of the Mistmoors. I don't hate the idea of being in white-blue. Jace is pretty good, but Overlord's got to be much better. I mean, we saw how good this card was. We lost to it like 3 times because our opponent stole it from us. But we had it in our deck, and it was great. I mean, it would have been great if we had ever cast... We didn't cast it once. All 3 games, our opponent stole it from us. And then the 4th game, we died before casting it. Key to the Archive is a good card to take early. There's also Lingering Souls here. That's not a card I want to take early. I don't really care about Lingering Souls in this set. It's good, but you also have to play white-black, and that is a mistake, generally. Key to the Archive is good with Overlord. It ramps into it well, helps us play strong cards. Yeah, we'll take that. Maybe we can wheel that Iron Crag and have a cool white-blue deck that ramps and controls. Enduring Innocence seems pretty good with Overlord. And sometimes it'll trigger with like Malcolm. Maybe we'll wheel a split skin doll out of this pack. Enduring Innocence doesn't seem like the best card, but since we just took this Overlord, I'm pretty happy about that follow-up. I see this Cyber Siphoner. I also see this Paradise Druid. Paradise Druid is pretty sweet. But I do want to play Malcolm. I'm going to take the Cyber Siphoner. We'll let the ramp cards keep going around. Hallowed Fountain. We're probably not going to wheel that, but it would be nice to have. I'm definitely going to take Sublime Epiphany. We're playing blue. We just got Cyber Siphoner. This card's really good. Oh, this is a good pack. Get Lost, Ossification. Creature Planeswalker, Creature Enchantment Planeswalker. Yeah, I'm going to take Get Lost. Having instant speed interaction in this set is pretty strong. Ossification is a little bit better, just 1-1, but Get Lost is powerful. Darkslick Shores or a Thundering Falls. I think it's less likely for me to be splashing black. I'll take the Thundering Falls because I can search for it with Polluted Delta. How about that wheel? Wheeling Lutri? I'll take it. Oh, wow. Wheeling JMS. And there's an Intrepid Adversary. Yeah, that's kind of tough. Intrepid Adversary is very good. I feel like Jace has probably fallen out of favor a good bit. Not as strong as he used to be. Intrepid Adversary is a 2-drop that went... Oh, well, we're too late. Oh, well. Lingering Souls here. It does trigger Enduring Innocence. Intrude on the Mind over a Fear of Imposters. Fear of Imposters doesn't really impress me. Intrude on the Mind can be pretty cool. Expressive Iteration over Hard Evidence. I'll take Hard Evidence. Oh, and we wheel a Manland. I'll take it. Okay, well, Dollmaker's Shop does trigger off of this crab. I also see things like Chrome Host, Seed Shark, and Toby. Dollmaker's Shop is not quite a control-y card, but it's pretty good when you're playing Malcolm and Lingering Souls. Unable to Scream is also a pretty decent removal spell. Maybe I just take cheap removal. Dollmaker's Shop is pretty cool. We're going to take it. We have a bunch of token producers already. That's going to be strong, I think. Alright, here we go. We've got a Blade Splicer, a Spell Snare, and a Flooded Strand. Spell Snare is really good. Since so many of the best spells in this format are 2-drops, it just poses people. I'd like a Flooded Strand, but I think Spell Snare is the pick here. It's nice to have cheap interaction, and Spell Snare is the definition of cheap interaction. Journey to Nowhere. In our white-blue control deck over this Vendilion Click. Also Getaway Glamour. There's a Spirited Companion. I do like having Spirited Companion in my white-blue deck, but we're going to take Journey to Nowhere. Make sure we have all the removal that we need. Ooh, Fairy Mastermind. That's what I like to see. Flash, 2-power flyers. I see Flood Pitch Drowner, I see Metamorph, but we're looking more like a control deck here, the way things are shaping out. So we're going to take this Wrath of God and be quite happy about it. Ooh, nice. Counterspell, pick 6. I bet we'll wheel this Wingbright Thief. I don't necessarily think we want to play it. There's also a Field of the Dead in this pack. Field of the Dead is strong. I'm going to take Counterspell, though. Make sure that I get the good counterspells. Restoration, as far as Headquarters, Scarab God with the potential Black Splash. Huh. As far as Headquarters might be our pick over Restoration. Restoration's a little bit slow. It doesn't leave you anything on the board. And the 3-4 matters eventually, but yeah, I'll take Resto. I'll take Restoration. Oh, this is tough. Enduring Curiosity or Wedding Announcement? I think Enduring Curiosity is probably a little bit better. Wedding Announcement's better in a control deck. And it's better with our Enduring Innocence and our Lingerings. Oh, man, I can't pass Enduring Curiosity. That card's too good. I'll take an Unable to Scream here over this Chrome Host Seed Shark. We like cheap interaction. I'd rather have a Blade Splicer than Blink of an Eye. This card's good value. We don't necessarily need to play Resto. That white-blue dual land would have been good. Like to see a Teferi in pack 3. He brings this deck together very nicely. Getaway Glamour, Vendilion Click, Spirited Companion. I'm gonna take this Getaway Glamour. It's a good removal spell. Subterranean Schooner. Flood Pitch Drowner is a nice pickup. We're not going to play the Schooner. Not likely. Chart of Course. Chart of Course can find its way into this deck, possibly. 2 mana, draw 2. Oh man, look at all these good cards. I'd really like this No More Lies and this Disdainful Stroke. But Time Warp with Lutri and Cyber Siphoner. I gotta take the Time Warp here. It'd be nice to have a black source for this Lingering Souls. Snapcaster Mage with Spell Snare and with Counterspell. Yeah, that's gonna be good for us. Oh, there's Teferi. Nice. Agent of Rafine. Don't mind if I do. That card's sweet. It's a good one drop. Your opponent kind of has to answer it. Sometimes they just run over you and you die if you waste too much time getting Rafine, Agent of Rafine triggers, but that card advantage is very real. Bankbuster, Bouncer, or Siren? do like Spyglass Siren. But I think Reckoner Bankbuster fits our theme a little better. Oh, nice. Elite Spellbinder or a Throbbing Inspector? Wow. Elite Spellbinder is so good. Yeah, I have to take that over the Throbbing Inspector. Gives you information. It's like the perfect thing to do on turn 3 when you're playing a control deck. Thieving Aven over Teferi over any of these cards. Thieving Aven's really good. We've seen how strong Heist is today so far. And Teferi's fine, but I'd rather have this Thieving Aven. Just looking at what kind of interaction we have, seeing what our cuts are. Cut Charter Course. Maybe Blade Splicer. Oh, wow. I think Restless Anchorage might be a little bit better. Having that man land is pretty valuable in your white-blue deck. Your opponent thinks they can play a Planeswalker after you wipe the board or something like that. I think No More Lies is pretty strong. Mana Leak, it exiles it. I'll take that over Disdainful Stroke. And Enduring Innocence might make its way back in here. We'll see. I have a lot of playables, so I'm gonna have to make cuts. I want to be low to the ground while also having a strong top end. Trapped in the Screen is a good removal spell. I take it over Kitsa or Stoic Sphinx or Repulse. I don't love Kitsa. Stoic Sphinx is strong, but I want another removal spell. Either Channeler. Fine. It probably won't make its way into our deck. That card's good, but not necessarily what we need. Making lots of creatures is good with Enduring Curiosity, but that card's looking a little bit worse too. That card looks a little bit worse when we don't have a bunch of flying creatures like Lingering Souls. Key to the Archive is going a little bit lower in my evaluation just because we're only 2 colors and our top end is not that large. Spyglass Siren over this Nightclub Bouncer. I like Spyglass Siren. Oh, wow. Wheeling Fading Hope and Throbbing Inspector? I think I should take Fading Hope to keep Teferi alive. It's a 1-drop. We have a lot of card draw in this deck. Throbbing Inspector is really good, but Fading Hope with Teferi is a classic combination to keep him alive. And if you can keep Teferi alive, you can win games. All right. Quick bathroom break, and I'll be back to do a build. Okay, let's build a control deck. I don't want to play a swamp, which means Lingering Souls is probably not making its way in here. We'll make a consideration for the few cards that make extra creatures, because it goes well with Enduring Curiosity. But Enduring Curiosity is taking up a 4-drop slot, and those are precious, to say the least. We don't want that 1-drop. Probably want to play all of these removal spells that we have. Our counter spells. I still have a bunch of flyers. Enduring Curiosity is probably going to be just fine. Though I do need to make a cut. Spyglass Siren looks a little weird. The blowout potential on Enduring Curiosity is just so awesome. Deck has a lot of cheap cards in it. Enduring Innocence will probably draw us fewer cards on average than Enduring Curiosity, but I really want to play the Spyglass Siren if I am playing Enduring Curiosity. I could play Aether Channeler instead. Aether Channeler is probably going to be a little bit better than a Spyglass Siren in our deck, just having some interaction. But I have to cut something. I don't want to cut a land. We are pretty low to the ground. Let's see, can we afford a land cut? It's a lot of double blue. Yeah, this deck's aggressive enough where I think the Cyber Siphoner would be better than Jace. Or the Enduring Curiosity. Question is, can I get away with this? Bankbuster the worst card here? I don't think so. I'm not going to be animating Bankbuster all that much. That does make it worse. I have a lot of ways to draw cards. I don't think I want to play Bankbuster in this deck. I think this looks better. It'd be nice to have a Spyglass Siren. It'd be nice to have Enduring Curiosity, or Enduring Innocence. Just to curve into the Overlord with. But I think this looks good. I don't want to have to play an extra 1-drop when I can play this Aether Channeler. Because bouncing something's going to be pretty sweet on occasion. Or just making 2 bodies. And that's a good creature to copy with Sublime Epiphany. Alright. I like this deck. Let's run it. This is a nice white-blue deck that has flyers, it has control elements, it has really good removal, it has good counter spells. I'm hoping to be on the play, hoping to play creatures and kind of out-tempo my opponent. When that fails, I have Teferi and Wrath of God. But the point is to stick one of the flyers that that gains me some kind of advantage. This hand looks pretty good. I like a turn 2 No More Lies. I like a turn 3 Elite Spellbinder. Yeah, nice. Well, I guess I'll just keep him from double spelling by getting the Shove Aside. Now, if my opponent decides not to cast a spell, I always have Enduring Curiosity. No, I don't want that, do I? I don't want him doing that. I could just Spell Snare it, but I don't think that's as good of a rate for me. It's a 2/2. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Wait. If I Spell Snare that, I can Spell Snare the 2/2 that he plays right after, right? Yes. Nice. How about that Spell Snare? What a turn. I wish I could just drop Enduring Curiosity, but that won't be very good. I have to counter his Chandra first. There we go. Probably should have played that Plains first. No, I shouldn't have. Alright. Oh, that's pretty good, opponent. We're just going to kill that so we can draw tons of cards. Good game. Nice. I mean, that's exactly what we wanted to do. Counter all of our opponent's things with cheap spells and draw cards with Enduring Curiosity. Mission accomplished. That was cool. It's nice when the deck does exactly what you planned for it to do. Let's keep it rolling. Not celebrate yet. We haven't gotten more than 1 win in a draft yet today. 1-3, 1-3, and We're still rolling. Sometimes you have a bad day. This hand looks good. Fairy Mastermind into Thieving Haven. Into a removal. Into Snaptastic. Caster. Liciousness. Fairy Mastermind's coming down at our opponent's end step. Or will it? Do I just want to like block that? Probably not. I have Thieving Haven to block with, but that has to deal combat damage. This is for bestow. Yeah, I'm gonna block that so that my Thieving Haven is more likely to get through. Maybe? I guess I could Trapped in the Screen it. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let that get through because I'm gonna play my own Fairy Mastermind. And then when he thinks he has the Detective Phoenix to block my Thieving Haven with next turn, I'll just Trapped in the Screen it. He knows better than that. That's cool. Fairy Mastermind will be worth more to us than his Detective Phoenix will be worth to him, I think. I'm going to keep up this No More Lies instead of Trapping. Yeah. Instead of trapping that, I'll keep up this counterspell. Because next turn I can double spell. And if he doesn't do anything, I can click that Fairy Mastermind, draw an extra card. No. Lies. None of them. I'm still in race mode. I guess so. I have Snapcaster, No More Lies now, and the next turn I have Sublime Epiphany, so I'm just gonna try and race him. That will make my clock faster after all. If he has the ability to double spell here with cheap things, then that would be a good strategy. We'll see if he has it. He does not. Very good, very good. Our opponent's going to think twice about attacking. I don't want to lose my Mastermind, though. I'd like to make a copy of it with the Epiphany. What'll this be, a 3-for-1? That's it? I don't get to bounce something too? That would be rude. Counter his triggered ability. I don't think that would be as good as countering whatever spell he's about to play, though. You got nothing? I'm just gonna click this. He has some instant speed removal, perhaps? Ooh, nice. Yeah, I probably should have kept up that Sublime Epiphany. I had a pretty good game plan. I kind of just tossed it away there. That was a mistake. Wanted to get some value off my fairy. But he had some good removal. That's cool. I still have a good game plan here. Counter spells, Lutries, Epiphanies. Doesn't seem that good. I mean, it has haste. I'm going to counter it. It also gives him something at his end step. I don't have any instant speed removal, so we'll just get rid of it now. Yeah, at least with Bone Crusher Giant, I can just trap it. Let's see. I'm a little short on mana to both Trapped and Epiphany. Epiphany targeting the Bone Crusher Giant is not very good. I'm just going to take some damage here. Oh, nice. Free combat too. That's perfect. He gets his Bone Crusher Giant back, which makes me playing this Malcolm pretty bad. But I'm just gonna have to wait till he plays. Oh, all right. All right. Deal. Whoops. What a top deck. Ooh. I'm going to play that now. And I'm going to get back probably just my counter spell, because I can actually use that next turn. As good as Sublime Epiphany would be, I won't actually be able to cast that. I can just keep Counterspell in my hand. I'll be able to draw more cards that matter. I can discard this Plains. There we go. I don't care if he wants to cast Bone Crusher Giant. He can have that. Counter his Phoenix if he bestows with it. He can't bestow twice. So... that looks good. Oh, wow. Overlord of the Boiler Bilges. He doesn't get to kill Teferi, though. Not good enough. Kills enchantments, too. Let's draw a card. You can Journey the Bone Crusher Giant. I can Spellbinder whatever's in his hand. Anzrag. And I can trap in the screen that thing, though I don't have any reason to do that. And I'll just end my turn. Good game. Good game, friend. That was a good game. That was close. I gave away my Fairy Mastermind by tapping to have us each draw cards. And then he played a spell pre-combat. So, you know, sometimes you get to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes. We saw it go in both directions there. How often do you play a spell pre-combat? Not that often, but when you have a 5-drop hasty creature, seems like a pretty good idea. Sublime Epiphany was so perfect there. And then our opponent made the biggest mistake of using that Bone Crusher Giant because they just didn't want to have to press the end turn button and leave up that 2 mana. Because if they had left up that Bone Crusher Giant to kill our Malcolm, then we at least don't have the pressure in the air or the card selection. That worked out well. 2-0. White-blue control. That's fast. I like this hand. Sort of. It's not great, but it's good enough. I don't necessarily need to thin my deck of islands yet, so I'm just going to play this island. I don't have any islands that come into play tapped in this deck. We missed out on the white-blue duels. Almost got a Sparrow's headquarters. That's pretty good. I'll probably just keep that up instead of playing this Aether Channeler. Ooh, Cackling Observer's pretty good. Opponent's gonna get something snazzy from our hand. Dang. I would really like another land. I could just trap this. Then we're kind of in a bad position. Aether Channeler would have been really good last turn. I don't need to get value out of Snapcaster. I need to not be behind on board. And this will help with that. I get to keep up Spell Snare. Hopefully this grabs me a land. Oh no, it's a non-land card. Well, it'll give me a 1-drop or a 2-drop. Not the 1-drop I was hoping for, but that's fine. Yeah, I'll counter that. Keep my Snapcaster alive. Cool. We're surviving with 3 mana. It'd be nice to draw some more. If we could curve Overlord into Enduring Curiosity, that'd be pretty nasty. No planes. You might have a 2-mana removal spell to kill our Snapcaster, but we really want to draw a card. Nice. All right. Enduring Curiosity paid for itself. See how much money we can make off of it. Our hand is pretty juicy. All right, cool. That comes back. My opponent's going to get a Bronco trigger. 4 drop. All right, cool. I like that. I like my opponent losing 4 life. We are the aggressor. I could just trap that Caustic Bronco, but I don't need to, so I'm going to attack. Draw a card off the Curiosity. Hopefully it's a Plains. Oh, I will not be drawing a card off the Curiosity. I want this Lutri in my hand, I think. I don't need to trap in the screen that Caustic Bronco, because I can just Flood Pits Drowner it at the beginning of his combat. Inquisition seems pretty good here. If he wants to take my Lutri, he can. Probably not the best pick for him. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Oh, okay. He doesn't have a land to play Sorin. He almost had enough mana to play Sorin there. That would have been strong for him. Alright. The question is, do I want to shuffle his Bronco in his deck? I think the answer is yes. No, I don't want him just playing Sorin. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't want him to just be able to drop Sorin when I don't have creatures to attack back with. I want to be able to play this Lutri as an extra creature if I have to. Wow, that's pretty strong. What are the chances I top deck a land here? What do I have in my deck? I have Trap. I have some good things to play. Some good reasons to not play Lutri here, but I'm going to take this risk. I think I'm going to top deck a land. Top deck the land. Then I get to Sublime Epiphany to bounce this to his hand, create a token copy of Flood Pits Drowner, and draw a card. Now I get to tap down his Bronco, attack in for 6, and draw 3 cards. And I think this tempo is pretty huge. Yeah, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. He can play Sheoldred again, but we will win. It's close, but okay. Well, I'll just play that. That's a better way to do it. Thanks to Fairy. Good game. That was pretty awesome. Enduring Curiosity did some great work there, even though our opponent knew all of the cards in our hand, like the whole game. 3-0. White-blue. Let's keep it rolling. This deck's sweet. Getting 2-power flyers out on the board and keeping them alive, countering your opponent's spells, drawing lots of cards. This one's fun. Mormeagle 92. I do like Fox Jace. He's cute. Look at him. Mulligan. Let's just draw an island. What do you guys say? I'm tempted to put that down, but I'd rather just draw an island. I have Overlord in my hand, so even if I don't play anything for the first few turns, it might keep me alive. Going down to 5 might have been a smarter idea after that first draw, but this was a risk that we took. Ooh. Man, what a 2-drop. What a 2-drop to play when we didn't have our island for Spell Snare. Ouch. Okay, it's pretty nice. That's a pretty decent top deck. It's a threat that he has to answer. It's a good answer. Aether Channeler does not really solve the problem of Silent Hall Creeper. It may help, though. Oh, now this costs 5? Yeah, Nightclub Bouncer is a beating on occasion. If I top deck an island, I get to play Enduring Curiosity and draw 2 cards, and that'll be pretty cool. Or not. Or most certainly not. Oof. What we do here, we can keep up Enduring Curiosity instead of just playing this Thieving Haven. Because if we just play the Thieving Haven and our opponent has some removal, then we're in a lot of trouble. You know, it does block well. It blocks well enough. I'm playing the Thieving Haven because even if my opponent does have removal, we're using the most of our mana and we'll be able to double spell a little bit better. Enduring Curiosity is good, but I'd rather have that flash up when I have a little bit more of a board presence, or when I can actually get some advantage off of the ability and get in some damage, draw some cards. But he has Duelist of the Mind here, and I'm going to have to play Aether Channeler as a follow-up to the Curiosity in order to draw cards off these guys. So I'd rather get some more value by having the Thieving Haven out first. I'll take 4. Does my opponent have his own Enduring Curiosity? Oh no! Oh no! Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. What does this even do? It's a 3/4 ninja. He makes himself bigger. He draws cards. And he taps creatures and puts 2 stun counters on them? That's it. Pretty strong. I think the best thing to do here is just to get in with Thieving Haven. Giving me card selection off of 3 cards as opposed to just drawing 2. Like, so I'll have card selection and 3 mana, and I'll get 1 card. Versus I'll get 2 cards and only have 2 mana, and then I won't have any blockers if I were to play the Curiosity first. So let's try this. Get our Thieving Haven in there. We attack with the 2/1s as well. I think that we should. Man. That is tough. Fading Hope is probably going to be really good for us. As much as I would like Oracle, I got to take this Fading Hope. It's going to be really good, I think. This has Hexproof during his turn. Well, it's not like I could have hit it during my turn anyway, because it wasn't a creature. Yeah, I guess he's going to get that. I could have Snapcaster Mage Spell Snared. That probably would have been smarter. Is he indestructible? No. Okay. Double block Kaito, is he indestructible? No, he's not. He's a 3/4, so I can just double block him, take 6 here. So, if I draw a land, I can put Lutri in my hand and play it with Fading Hope, and that'll be really strong. Murderer's Cut. Dang. Where did he put that Kix's command? It was Yard. Yeah, I think I need to keep my Fading Hope up. No land to do the thing with Lutri, but that counterspell is a pretty decent top deck. Pretty decent. No. There will be none of that. I'm going to let him commit his crime. Discard a card. And then counter that. There will be none of that. No thank you. Now my opponent's tapped out, so he doesn't even get to play the Silent Hall Creeper. I think I have to go to 1 here. Isn't that crazy? So if I bounce that, then Lutri doesn't... He just gets to triple block Overlord of the Mistmoors next turn, and I just lose. Oh? You don't say. I don't think this is the time for Time Warp. Not yet. I don't need to swing out with things. Well, now it seems like a pretty good time to Time Warp since he didn't do anything. Nice. Let's go to 1. Not block with the bat. Would he block with the bat? Wait, I can get rid of 3 of his things, right? 1, 2, 3. Do I just have lethal? Let's see, what's this? What's this? What's this? Yeah, I've got him. He just has to animate that subterranean schooner first. And then I play this. Destroy. Copy. Destroy. And the final piece. Game. That was awesome. Nice top deck for that Get Lost. Woo! That was some good plays. Stabilizing at 1 and winning anyway. Oh yeah. Good game. Now we're 4-0. White blue deck is awesome. Yeah, let's keep it rolling. We have Sublime Epiphany and Time Warp and Teferi at the top end. Overlord of the Mistmoors, I consider that a 4-drop. Thanks, Blazed Hobbit. I appreciate that. Yeah, I felt good. Good play, good draws, good game. Modest Proposal is my next challenger. Well, that was awesome. That last hand, we kept 3 planes and like a couple blue spells because I had Overlord of the Mistmoors. It's pretty excellent. I don't have any white mana in this hand. I don't have any 2-drops, but I do have Spell Snare, so I'm keeping this. Oh, nice. Birds of Paradise. Tempted to Fading Hope that, but I have Spell Snare, so maybe he'll cast a 2-drop. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I guess it's better for me to hit that next turn, isn't it? Polluted Delta. Excellent, excellent. I like Snapcaster Mage. More blue mana from my opponent. I mean, I know what I'm gonna do. Maybe I should just play this thing. I'm a little bit afraid. I don't want him to counter my Snapcaster. He'll get too much value out of that. I don't have any kind of board presence. Nice. Now I get to play this Enduring Curiosity and draw a card off the Snapcaster. I mean, that couldn't be better. Got to delay the Glissa long enough. I hope. We definitely need white mana, but I'm liking our chances here. We're going to tap out and our opponent's going to have like 8 mana, so they might just play something that kills us. But we got some white mana. Maybe we can just return whatever they play to their library. I will trade with that Zagoth Triumph so fast. Ah, very good, very good. We have removal for my Teferi. Let's find out. If whatever removal he plays costs 2 mana, Teferi might stay alive. And if Teferi stays alive, we've got a chance. Our opponent's curved out pretty nastily here. Them being able to play Nissa and Terra Sunder last turn to get rid of our Enduring Curiosity, that was pretty sweet. The suspense is killing me. No, come on. Our opponent had Time Warp. That is pretty strong. This one is looking not very good. That turn to Glissa has been annoying, but like mainly it was the Nissa Terra Sunder. Time Warp's pretty strong when you're ahead on board. That is for sure. There's an Atraxa. I mean, we can't even top deck Wrath of God, so we're dead. If Wrath of God was an option, I would absolutely murder this guy, potentially, hypothetically. It's to remove counters from Teferi. Oh, that's silly. Yeah, that's not gonna do it. We had some bad draws that game, and our opponent high rolled real hard. 4-1. Alright, let's give it another shot. 3 more wins and we'll get that trophy. Nope, it's over here. I've moved the background. Pay no mind to the man in front of the curtain. Here we go, Evermancer. Bring it on. I'm Felonious. And I'm controlling. Agent of Rafine is a nice way to start on the play, especially. Much less powerful on the draw when your opponent's playing 2 drops and attacking with them. Agent of Rafine is always awesome, but excellent, excellent. He kept it on top. I should snatch it, shouldn't I? I want it. Yeah, I do. Give me it. Nice. I can discard that with Malcolm. Ooh, that's a good draw. Let's see what it's in our opponent's hand. So I don't really want him playing this resource collector next turn. We'll just slow down his game plan by getting rid of that. That way he plays Inti this turn. Keeps up Sylvan Tutor, maybe. And now we drew a counter spell. Excellent. I'm fine if he wants to play Lotus Cobra here. I will get my Malcolm out on the board and then have Counterspell up for next turn. For whatever he wants to play. Ooh, nice. Should I get Lutri into my hand? I think so. I think I should just counter that. Doesn't seem like he has the lands to trigger that Lotus Cobra. And I have the counterspell to back up next turn with Snapcaster Mage. Yeah, I guess Lutri doesn't look that great here. I could discard Spell Snare. Oh, okay. Good game. Good game. Yeah, if I discarded Spell Snare, then I could Cyber Siphoner to get it back, but I was just going to discard Lutri there. 5 and 1. Rocking and rolling. Flying, mostly. Not rolling. Flying. Soaring. Aeromancing. Teferi's been cool. Our flyers have been cool. This deck is awesome. Lots of game. Lots of interaction. Lots of decisions to make. Lots of ways to outplay your opponent. And lots of tempo plays. And I really like tempo plays in Magic. Especially when your tempo draws you cards like Enduring Curiosity. This hand looks playable. No 2-drop creatures, but that's okay. We've got a counterspell. Our Time Warp is not when we want it, but it's here. Alright. Our hand's looking very control-y. Nice to get another white source. Not time to put Lutri in our hand, though. There are a lot of 3-drops our opponent can play that would be quite powerful. Don't need 4 mana, so let's drop this Hall so that next turn I can put Lutri in my hand and keep up Counterspell if my opponent doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'll just Trapped in the Screen that. I do not want that thing to be stealing cards from me. But there are other things to be doing with my counterspells. Alright, now I can afford to put Lutri in my hand. That's a good card. Oh, and my opponent doesn't have any counterspells. Nice. Well, no single blue mana counterspells. He might have some others. Ooh, Meathook Massacre for 1? I'm going to counter that. Well, I'm going to try to. He might have a counterspell. But if he does, that's probably just fine for us. Yeah, I guess I just pass. Wait for this Overlord. We've got a good late game. Our opponent's blue-blacks. They probably have a good late game too. Probably have Breach the Multiverse and such. We can at least Cyber Siphoner to get our counter spell back. Got him. We need more mana to do the Lutri Time Warp thing. We'll just keep up Counterspell, Spell Snare, Lutri. We'll win eventually with this Overlord. I'll counter that. The fairy's nice. We like drawing cards. I'm not going to attack into his Restless Reef, am I? Yeah, I guess I will. I can get lost it. Am I okay with that? And I have to ferry out. No, I'm not okay with that. Let's make him have multiple answers. He might have a Breach the Multiverse here. And if he does, well, that was well played on my opponent's part. But I think Overlord of the Mistmoors is going to be pretty awesome. Good game. I did have fun in that match. Six and 1 with this awesome white-blue deck. Let's do another one. Get one more win and claim our trophy. Excellent hand. A 2-drop would be nice, but we're a control deck. And we got control-y things to do. Oh, nice. Opponent has Thoughtseize to start things off. What a way to start the game. Do I care about that? Not very much. Our opponent has to extort twice and gain the life. I'm not that worried about him having a 1/4 lifelinker against our flyers. I have Fading Hope to prevent that from flipping if it ever gets to that. He's going to play something to bait out my counter spells, I would assume. I'm not going to counter that, though. He has Fading Hope? No? Okay, cool. That's nice. Now we have something to deal with his Sorin. But I'm still not as worried about Sorin. I think I'd rather get this Thieving Aven out and make him answer it. Yeah, I'm gonna get another threat on board. I have Counterspell if he tries to kill it. Getting to connect with Thieving Aven is a great way to win games. Snatches it up and blue Windstreams. Looks like a slick shot to me. Unable to scream. Man, I have to let that resolve. It's a pretty good card. I like this guy's deck, honestly, so far from what I see. Pretty strong. Going to resolve. I could just Fading Hope that token. By Fading Hope the token, then I get to possibly play Overlord and keep up a counterspell next turn. Well, that's pretty sweet. Exactly what I wanted. Got my planes to play this Overlord, keep up counterspell. Awesome. Well, I'm guessing I'm going to counter Disdainful Stroke. Make sure that Overlord resolves. My opponent got me tapped out, but we did the control thing right. We have an awesome board position. We just kept up counterspell forever. Used our mana with other things when our opponent didn't play spells. We've been playing this mulligan very well. I could just double block Sorin. But I could just let it come through. So he gets to just replay Sorin. What are the chances he has some removal? I don't want to just lose both my flyers to Sorin, so I'm just going to block here. Yeah, our opponent has removal. Okay, but they didn't have a second card, and they didn't extort. What are they planning? Okay, interesting. Well, they got rid of the Mastermind. That was pretty good. In order for them to Brain Surge. I respect that. I'm tempted to get rid of Sorin with Journey to Nowhere just so he doesn't gain a bunch of life and flip it. But I know he has Lurrus, so I guess Lurrus doesn't do anything for him right now. Does it? No, it doesn't. So Journey to Nowhere takes care of Sorin. Which I really just don't want him to flip. And I'm okay with him having Lutri because he doesn't have anything to play with it. No, he might put things in his graveyard with Kitsa, though. The thing is, if he gets to double spell and attack with Sorin, then he just gets to flip and have an awesome Planeswalker. And I actually don't have an answer for it in my hand. So, even though this is kind of blowing my load by playing this Journey to Nowhere, I think it was necessary to make sure that he doesn't flip that Sorin. I have a pretty good board position. And I know that he has Lutri. But, as previously discussed, he doesn't have anything he can play. Can't play lands off. Or Loris, not Lutri. Yeah, it's cast a permanent spell. Can't bring back lands. Oh, we got Baleful Strix. Wow. That is a spell he can cast over and over again. Might as well spell snare it now. Yeah, this is going to be better than playing Wrath of God. I'll leave back blockers. There's something to be said for keeping my clock on, but now I have to ferry, so my plans can change. I can beat him out with card advantage as long as I have to ferry. And now I have Overlord that's going to animate next turn while I have Counterspell magic up. So I'm glad that we were able to apply some pressure with these flyers and get our opponent down to 10, but now we're chilling. We're going to win with card advantage instead of with flyers. And we'll probably still win with flyers for what it's worth. Overlord makes a lot of them. I guess we might not untap with Teferi. My opponent has 6 mana and lots of cards in his hand. But we'll probably have Overlord or Teferi. And that'll be pretty good with our Sublime Epiphany. Our opponent's digging for answers. Can they find what they need? They could not find what they needed. It's a good sign for us. Alright. Once I get another mana, I can animate the Anchorage and use Teferi to untap things and still have 6 mana. Sublime Epiphany now gets to make a copy of Overlord. Oh, man. If our opponent plays a spell right now, what do I want to return? Return Thieving Haven to my hand, probably. Yeah, I don't really care about whatever else he has. Nice. Another Overlord. Devastating. I didn't think about giving my opponent their Unable to Scream back, but at least we have 2 Overlord of the Mistmoors. We can always put the Unable to Scream back on top of his deck too with Teferi, if we just want to get in attacks, which might be our best play. Good game. That was awesome. White-blue control, baby. That deck was sweet. Absolutely killer. Let's claim our trophy for this 7-1 blue-white deck. It was excellent. We started off with Malcolm. Then we got past Counterspell. We got past some cheap things like Agent of Rafine and Thieving Aven and Enduring Curiosity and Cyber Siphoner. We ended up picking up some white cards, moving into white for Overlord of the Mistmoors early. Yeah, this deck was awesome. We also took Enduring Innocence after the Overlord of the Mistmoors and thought we might go in some token build, but shied away from it. And this deck was awesome. 7-1. That's a trophy. And where we at? Well, I could end now, but I could keep cubing. A short break, and I might be back for another game. Thanks for being here, everybody. I'm Felonious. I appreciate you. See you in a moment. All right, hello, drafters. I'm Felonious, and we're here to do some cube draft. Let's hop right in. Pack one, pick one, good cards. Okay, what do we want to pick here? Atraxa? Pack one, pick one, Atraxa. Go for all of the ramp cards. I like playing ramp a lot. I don't want to play a control deck again. I'd be fine playing an aggro deck. But I don't really want to first pick any of these. Could first pick Dust Animus. The card's fine. Hallowed Fountain is fine as well. I like having access to white and blue mana. Some shocks are good to take early, but let's start with Atraxa. See if we can just get all the ramp cards and cast Atraxa. Okay, so there's another Teferi. And man, am I a sucker for Teferi. I see this Cultivate too. Cultivate's a better way to get our Atraxa out, that's for sure. And another control deck. I do really like to start with Teferi. It's not like we passed any really good control pieces last pack. Yeah, I'm going to take Teferi. We might still just be able to play a ramp deck. Mind Stone over a Bonnie Paul. Yeah, you don't need to take cards like Bonnie Paul early because there's tons of 6-drops and 7-drops and big things to ramp into. This is a good card to end up with in your deck. But we want Mind Stone. It's going to help us ramp into our big creatures that do a lot. No ramp here. There is a Scarab God. Scarab God is pretty powerful. There's also... oh man, there's a Repulse in here. There's a Confounding Riddle. Confounding Riddle's not that bad. I don't really want to take it this early. I think I might just take this Ophiomancer. Let's take Scarab God. That's a bomb. We're just gonna grab it, roll with it. Ooh, shiza. Some options here. Renzo, which is arguably the best card in Cube, or Key to the Archive, which lets us cast our spells. Not taking Key to the Archive here will definitely make it a lot harder to cast these spells. Renzo is like the best card in Cube. I gotta take Renzo here. Too powerful not to take. So we wanted to play 5 colors, right? Buried in the Garden. Seems like exactly what we want to do. There are also dual lands here, and dual lands are good, but we're going to take this Buried in the Garden and just play all the colors, and it's going to be great. Polluted Delta over these other cards. That'll help us find triomes. See a Mosswood Dread Knight, and it's cool, but we're just going to take our lands. Glacial Fortress, Restless Cottage. I'll take a land that comes into play untapped. Hallowed Fountain. It's a fine pickup. It'd be nice if we had a black-green land instead of this Glacial Fortress, but that's okay. These two go together well. Some more dual lands over that ossification. Yes, please. We're going to go over the top of our opponents with this deck. Scarab God might not find a slot in it, though. Scarab God's a little bit weaker than the other cards we have here. We have 2 ways to ramp so far. We certainly have not seen another one. We saw Cultivate. We took Teferi over Cultivate. If we had not taken Teferi, then this ramp deck would look a little bit cleaner. But that's okay. And Cultivate was in the last pack, so it definitely didn't wheel. Take a Gear Hulk over a Dissection Tools. A red-green duel, sure. Does this look good? No. Will it after pack 3? Perhaps. Another dual land over that Languish. I mean, we're definitely going to be able to cast all of our spells. No problem. Restoration of Eiganjo is kind of a way to ramp. I could have taken that over this land, but more dual lands. Avacyn's Pilgrim, that's a good way to ramp. That's exactly what we want. See how many more of those we can get. Maybe we'll wheel the Zimone out of there or something. There were some fine cards in that pack, but we definitely just want the 1-drops. See, maybe we could wheel, I don't know. Path to Exile would have been fine out of that pack. Yeah, Zimone or Path to Exile, maybe. There's a Field of the Dead. That card sometimes wheels. And there's a Springheart and Nantuko here. I think we just take Field, since Field is what we need. Springheart Nantuko is really cool. Check out my one of my videos with that, playing a green X deck, ramping up into Atraxa, making copies of things like Crabomination. It was awesome. Field of the Dead. So we have a game plan, and we'll just pick up all of the cheap things that we can find. At this point, we can cast whatever spells that we need to. I guess black is missing. We need some black duels. We have one. And we have this Polluted Delta, so we'll find more. Dang. No cheap ramp here. I mean, I think I actually might just take this Solemn Simulacrum. Disdainful Stroke's a consideration. Get Lost is a removal spell that goes well with Teferi. I do have a lot of blue sources. Let's just take this Disdainful Stroke. I don't like Solemn that much. I don't like Solemn that much, but I think I kind of need it in here. Okay, we've got a Smuggler's Copter. We've got a Wedding Announcement. And a Prismatic Vista. Prismatic Vista is pretty strong with Field of the Dead. Yeah, I'm going to take Prismatic Vista. It also searches for a forest for our Avacyn's Pilgrim. Smuggler's Copter would be fine, but let's take this Vista. Ooh, there we go. Gilded Goose. I also see this Vorinclex, and I like the way it looks. I think we could wheel it. We haven't seen much green going late, though. I'm going to snatch up that Goose and call it a pick. We have a couple different ways to ramp into Grenzo, which is good. We'll clean up the mana base so that it looks nice and generative, as opposed to just having a bunch of tapped lands for no reason. Windswept Teeth to go with our Field of the Dead. Over Huatli. Maybe I just need this tri-land. I want the Windswept Teeth. More fetches. Okay. Iron Crag over Wrath of God? I think so. Yeah. Iron Crag's going to be fine here. Help us ramp into things. We don't need a ton of colored mana from our ramp sources. Phantasmal Image. That card is sweet. Nexus of Becoming, also quite good. This is a great card to be ramping into. Combos you can do with Phantasmal Image are pretty nasty. I'm going to take Nexus of Becoming here. I think it's going to be good for this deck. Red-green land. Blue-red land. Or a Spell Pierce. I could take Showdown of the Scalds. I do have a lot of... Yeah, I'll take Showdown of the Scalds. I can cast just about anything. Gix's Command or a Kaya. I don't really want to be tapping for double black, do I? I already am with that Noxious Gearhulk. Yeah, I have Mindstone and Iron Crag. Gix's Command might be fine. Grave Titan's okay. Grave Titan's definitely a good ramp target. Instead of taking this Disdainful Stroke. I wish I'd gotten that Mosswood Dread Knight early on instead of whatever dual land I took. I'm going to take Grave Titan over that Disdainful Stroke. Inquisition of Kozilek over a Mockingbird. I mean, Mockingbird can copy a Mana Dork. I'm going to take Inquisition. It'll be good to have some disruption with this deck. Interland Harbor. I'll take House Meld. That card can cause some serious damage. Alright, what do we have here? Nothing that cheap. Malevolent Rumble looks pretty nice. I also see this Elesh Norn, and I like the way it looks. White, green, blue. This red splash is free here. Nexus of Becoming is not necessarily what I need. I think Malevolent Rumble is going to be better than anything else here. I need some cheap cards. Elesh Norn's really good, but Malevolent Rumble's going to actually help me ramp into my huge things. And that's probably more valuable than anything else. Overlord of the Bale Merc looks interesting. Let's see Grave Expectations. I do like to heist my opponent's library. There's also this black-green dual land that seems pretty strong. I don't know how good Steam Vents is here. Yeah, I need more playables. Overlord of the Bale Merc will be good, I think. That'll dig me into some of my good cards and then become a threat on its own. I like the look of Breeding Pool. I like Gonti a lot as well. Could take some of these blue cards. Yeah, moving into a green blue shell would have been taking that green blue 2-drop might have been a smart idea instead of this Hinterland Harbor. But I like the black cards I'm being passed too. Just snatch up Spell Snare. This card's good. Watery Grave. I need 4 more playables. Maybe fewer. I need cheap things. I could take this Fell, but I think I need to be able to cast blue and black spells a little bit easier than have all these dual lands that don't matter. Time Warp, Hostile Investigator, or Metamorph. I think Metamorph might be closer to what we need for this deck. Time Warp seems good, but I need some cheap interaction. Time Warp's going to be really nasty with just about every card that we have, so we could probably make it work. Sublime Epiphany or a Murderous Cut. Murderous Cut's going to be pretty sweet with our Overlord and our Malevolent Rumble putting things in the graveyard. I think I'm just going to take this removal spell and make sure that we can stay alive. Cast our awesome cards. Rafine's Tower. Yeah, Rafine's Tower. We could Lingering Souls here. We could also take Aclazotz. I like the way Lingering Souls looks, honestly. Our deck is a little bit all over the place, but we have a couple different ways to mill, and Lingering Souls in the graveyard is nice. We wield Elesh Norn. I take it over this Scalding Tarn is the question. It's my 23rd card is Elesh Norn. does shut things down. Three steps ahead. Everything I want to cut. Probably Gix's command. Maybe Inquisition. I should take these counter spells that are being passed to me. Pest Infestation's pretty sweet. Card is that's nice to pick up this late. Alright. This deck is quite a pile, but we have some good things to be doing. I think I need one plains as well. I didn't take that Sublime Epiphany because I didn't want to have to keep up double blue all the time, and then I started taking these counter spells, but that's fine. Murderous Cut's going to be really good for us. How many black sources do I have? Seven black sources. That's pretty good. How many ways can I get red? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I want the steam vents? I don't think I need that steam vents in the deck. Because the only red card I have is this Grenzo. Do I want to put Exclude and Nightclub Bouncer in here too? Nightclub Bouncer definitely does some work. Alright, and what's our... We have a bunch of different kinds of spells too, so Atraxa is going to draw us like 4 or 5 cards each time we play her. There are definitely chances of this deck drawing cards in the absolute wrong order, but we'll just have to mulligan well and take advantage of our Field of the Dead and try and survive with Pest Infestation. Let's hop in. This deck is a hilarious pile. We didn't get nearly as many ramp cards as we would have liked, but we're going to have fun with this. We have at least 4 cards, 2 mana or less, that add mana. We have Buried in the Garden and Solemn, so it's like maybe 6 cards that ramp. Okay, no green mana. That's unexpected. What happened to our perfect mana? I do have House Meld to Fairy. I don't have any green mana in this hand. I'm going to keep it because I have some really high power in this hand, and we have a lot of green sources. Ooh, that was the worst card we could have possibly drawn. The most expensive card in our deck instead of lands. It's okay, it's okay. Our opponent didn't do anything on turn 2, which is a good sign. Hopefully we can do something nasty with this house meld when the time comes. We're cool just playing lands. We're not going to be able to double spell like our opponent can with cheap cards. Yeah, this guy's playing the deck I like to play. Blue-black tempo. Yeah, why not? I'll tap out. Play house meld. Now each time my opponent draws an extra card, I get to draw a card. This is an enchantment that I have. That is going to be a really cool enchantment to have in a control matchup. Nice. Fairy Mastermind is looking pretty juicy here. Well, my opponent played Jace, so I just get to untap and play Teferi. Windswept Heath can get us Commercial District, which is a red source for Grenzo. I'm not as worried about playing this Gilded Goose. I mean, Jace wins in 3 turns, so I got to do something about that, certainly. I want to draw a card with the Fairy before I do anything. Hey, look, it's Commercial District. Oh. It's a card. Definitely something that just one-shots my Teferi, too. Spell Snare will probably be good. Oof. That Horned Lock Whale was kind of sweet. I guess I should have played Lingering Souls. Lingering Souls would have been good. Yeah, I'm in trouble now. Fairy had us in a good spot. Is it a 2-mana counterspell he has, I wonder? I have to be able to spell snare it. That's a 3-mana counterspell. That's not good enough. Dang. We're just gonna die to Jace the Mind Sculptor. Spell snare here, quite good. Well, at least now we have an answer to Jace's ult. Not a great answer, but it is one. We got our opponent's Snapcaster Mage with that spell snare. That was sweet. It was definitely a good way to deal with the 1/1s. All right. I like the way this looks. How much mana do I have? I'm gonna destroy this Sapphire Collector so that I can just play Time Warp. I'm gonna take care of this Jace. We're gonna resolve an Atraxa. Alright. Yep. There we go. Atraxa. What do we got? What do we got? Instant. Creature. Artifact. Land. Sorcery. Good game. Got him. Oh, that was awesome. Man. Our opponent was controlling real hard. They tried. They tried. We ramped into a Noxious Gear Hulk and Time Warp. Yeah, the Fairy Mastermind being on our side prevented them from ever drawing extra cards, so we just drew extra cards and they didn't. That was pretty excellent. A fine game. No, we will not get ulted by Jace. At least, not this time. What you got, Lady Sarisa? I'll keep. I got Rafine's Tower into a Hinterland Harbor. Yeah, I'll probably play Overlord on turn 2. Oh no. That's annoying. Maybe Overlord on turn 2 is not a very good idea while my opponent has Lion Sash out. You know what? I'll just kill it with Buried in the Garden if he wants to spend all of his white mana to get rid of him. I'll take Atraxa back, thank you. Here you go. He can have my Nexus of Becoming. You know, I didn't want any of those cards off the top, so that's funny that I milled Murderous Cut. One of the cards that works really well with Overlord and Malevolent Rumble. Though I can't take Murderous Cut with either of these, so though it combos well, it also is a bit of a non-bow. Stoneforge a Mystic. Okay. I'll take Field of the Dead. That'll be good for us. Next turn, I can play Buried in the Garden to get rid of his Lion Sash so that I can actually flash back my Lingering Souls. It depends. If he taps out here, I do get to play and flash back Lingering Souls. I'll take 3. Alright, my opponent has 2 mana, which means they might think about countering. I'm Buried in the Garden, which I don't like the idea of. How about I do this? Take some damage, keep up No More Lies.
Of this
The Line Sash is becoming enormous, but I need at least like a couple mana to play around to make disappear before I play this Buried in the Garden. Our opponent's playing a white-blue deck and they're not tapping out every turn, so they got some kind of tricks, I would imagine, to back up their Lion Sash mana they're spending. Alright, this is good. I'm glad we have No More Lies back up, because our opponent's clearly keeping up something. No, it's just going to be a ton of damage. I need double white to make it work, don't I? I do not have double white. Can this find me anything with double white? Don't I have Hallowed Fountain in here? I gotta double check. I do have Hallowed Fountain. Alright. So green, colorless, white, colorless. What is our opponent doing? Trying to figure out how to cast this counterspell. Are they going to make disappear sacrificing their Stoneforge Mystic? No. Alright. Lion Sash. Exile. Okay. Sweet. It's dead. Feeling good. Now we've got No More Lies. We've got Atraxa coming out possibly next turn. I don't need to crack that Polluted Delta until I have 7 lands either. So we'll see. I do want another white source, so I'll probably crack it at my end step. Or at his end step if I don't cast No More Lies, then I'll crack it. But if I do, I don't need to, because I don't need that second white. Our opponent is thinking hard here. No, thank you. My opponent has what appears to be counterspell mana up, so I'm not messing with that. Playing Atraxa. Play a couple more Lingering Souls, and then Commercial District. What's on top? Sure. Now we have an Overlord of the Baelmerk out. There we go. Well, I guess if I play Atraxa, he doesn't get to kill that too. But I didn't want to play Atraxa into 2 open mana. Seems dangerous. Get a couple more lands on the board first. This is gonna be cool. Nice, nice. I'm leaving up blockers. I'm excited to house meld something again. This card is potentially awesome. Low floor, very high ceiling. Meldy wall. It's a pretty reasonable answer to Teferi. Oh, I don't have another land because I drew the swamp and the reward. What a disaster. Held on to that way too long, I suppose. That's funny. Wait. He can kill Teferi if he wants, and I will absolutely make Everflame an equipment. Artifact, instant, creature. Land. I guess I shouldn't attack into Sky Sovereign. Yeah, I didn't need to put all these in my hand. Oh, I should have discarded Solemn instead of the land. Oops. Yeah, there aren't that many lands left in the deck. Yeah, we've got 5 lands left in the deck. My opponent can resolve their Atraxa. That's fine. I'm just going to House Meld it. Or Noxious Gear Hulskit. It's fine if they want to refill their hand. I'm more worried about my board position. Yeah, if he wants to animate Sky Sovereign to kill my Teferi, then that's just fine with me. Okay. Excellent. So let's go ahead and House Meld this. It gets to come as a copy of something because it's a Phyrexian Metamorph. All right, I guess I'll take Sky Sovereign and blow this up. Play a land. I don't need to draw any more cards with the Fairy. Go back on top of your deck. Do I want to equip this thing before I attack? I don't think so, because I have 1, 2, 3, and then 1. Yeah, let's just go to combat, get a bunch of damage in. And keep up 2 counterspells. I could just play Time Warp. He has 2 mana? Alright, here we go. Wait, that's not mana. 1, 2, blue, blue. Green. Colorless. Let me make sure I have the land I need in my deck. I do. I'm just going to go for it with this Time Warp. Oh, it's Spell Pierce. That is amazing. That was amazing. We just got Spell Pierce. I saw he had 2 mana. The only thing that could have possibly gotten it was a 2-drop, right? Right? That was awesome. Good game, opponent. That Spell Pierce was sick. I thought I had him. I did. I won. But I thought I might have had him with that Time Warp that turn. That Spell Pierce was pretty nasty. Flipping my, turning my Ironcrag into Everflame was not the best move. Two 2-0 with this ridiculous 5-color deck. Oh, hi, Mark. Turn 2 Overlord might get me a Rampido. Let's see, what lands do I have? I have a Watery Grave that I can search for. That is not white mana, though. I really want that Rafine's Tower. Alright, cool. That way I can get Watery Grave and save Windswept Heath for the Rafine's Tower, but I want to be able to play Overlord next turn. I do not like the opponent that my mana, or the mana that my opponent is threatening right now. See what happens. Nice. They did not have a counter spell for us. They might have a bounce spell though. Or, oh, they have Get Lost. Destroy target enchantment, right? Enchantment, creature, or planeswalker. They have Get Lost in their hand. Totally. It could be Blink of an Eye. It could be Blink of an Eye. But I think it's probably Get Lost. Oh wow, we milled Lingering Souls with that? Nasty. We milled Lingering Souls and we got Grenzo. That was sweet. Overlord v Overlord. This one's longer because it's cheaper. That makes sense. If that was Impending 4, it would come out far too early. I'm not that worried about my white-blue opponent's 4-drop. I'm just going to play this Lingering Souls and drop this Windswept Heath. We want the double black from Rafine's Tower. We could have just played Windswept Heath and kept up a couple counter spells. But there's no guarantee that we draw a 4th land next turn, and I don't want my opponent to just play a land, pass, knowing I have a counter spell because I didn't flashback Lingering Souls, and then I just get to do nothing again the next turn. Letting my opponent untap with 5 mana for white-blue is much more dangerous. Oh, we milled Rafine's Tower. Oops. Yeah, I guess I did see that when I saw her graveyard. I just didn't register it. That's funny. No land, but Avacyn's Pilgrim's kind of a land. That card's really strong. I don't want my opponent to just be able to do whatever they want next turn, but Enduring Curiosity is super powerful. I don't want my opponent to just get in and draw cards with that. We're definitely starving for lands. But we'll find some. With this Simulacrum or with the top of our deck. Hopefully the latter. Our opponent is thinking. Watch them think. Watch them think. Okay, Voice of Resurgence, no problem. That's a land we wanted. Hopefully our opponent doesn't have Spell Pierce. Nice. Pest Infestation kills that Overlord. It's a white-blue deck, so we might have more enchantments. Pest Infestation definitely kills that Overlord. That'll be good. There's that Get Lost we knew about. We needed one more mana to be able to counter it with 3 steps ahead. Totally called that Get Lost. Now I think I'm in trouble because my opponent has 4 open mana. And I did not top deck a land. I have to make sure I have Counterspell backup for that thing. Oh, I did not expect that to resolve. That makes sense. Well, I'm glad I didn't Pest Infestation. Much rather have my Buried in the Garden mana and him use his protection. And I might even be able to put enough map tokens on one of these spirits to block the Overlord. Nice. Alright, now I have a blocker for the Overlord. I have my Overlord. If he wants to deal with my stuff, I can probably resolve a 6-drop next turn. Oh, I should have put that in the graveyard for the second Explore. That was silly. I don't want that card. Hopefully he uses enchantment removal on the Overlord. We can just Pest Infestation on 2 things with a Counterspell up next turn. Could be enough. That is Artifact or Enchantment removal. Wow. He's gonna tap out for it? Well, I guess I can use Pest Infestation. X equals 3. No, I can't. I won't have enough mana. X equals 2 is enough, though. Why didn't he hit why didn't he hit this? This is weird. Does that, oh, power less than. Okay, gotcha. Does not have to do with mana value. Well, that's nice for us. Now we can just hit both of those with the Pest Infestation. X equals 2. We'll target these two. I don't want to be milling 4 more cards out of my deck. I don't want that Malevolent Rumble. What happened? He metamorphed my Overlord and duplicated. It's pretty strong. I just Nexus of Becoming. Yeah, I think this is going to be better than Grenzo. I want to get rid of his Overlord because he gets back Cyber Siphoner with that. I don't want that happening. I don't want him getting back tons of things. He already gets back. He already has one, so. Next turn, I can play Grenzo. I don't think I play my other Overlord. No need to. And I don't even have to cast Grenzo. Nexus of Becoming can just make Grenzo for free. That might be a better, if he has mana up, then that's what I'll do instead of casting it. He hasn't showed a ton of counter spells, but I imagine he has some. Not many. Oh, he's going to copy my Nexus of Becoming? Nice. And I might just heist away all the cards in his library. We'll see. I need more mana to be able to, like, copy Grenzo in response to him trying to kill it. We'll see what he does. Oh, he is a Teferi too. Look at that. Yeah, I think it's time for Grenzo. Get rid of his Resto. Make sure that Teferi dies. He will get to metamorph into Grenzo, but that's better than him metamorphing this Atraxa, I believe. And I can just Teferi his Grenzo back on top of his deck. Hopefully. He stole my Nexus of Becoming. Nice. He's going to run out of cards very quickly. He does not have removal for my Grenzo. At least it doesn't appear that way. That is not removal. So lets me play it again. Having that 9th mana might have been handy. Does he have a 2-mana counterspell? No. Our opponent is running out of cards. I think I'm just going to mill him out at this point. If he doesn't kill me this turn, he's dead next turn to Nexus and a land. Or to Nexus and his upkeep. Alright, what sort of attack has my opponent mounted here? They have an extra turn on the stack or something? I get to heist the last card in their library. Good game. Got him. We're 3-0 with this awesome ramp deck. This is fun. This deck is absolutely a pile. We're doing well with it. No streams tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday for Extra Life Gaming charity event. Trying to raise some money for charity while playing games all day. And I'll be playing a lot of Magic that day. A lot of Magic. It looked like there was an Arena Direct play for a box event. I don't know if my eyes deceived me, but it wasn't there when I logged back in this afternoon. We'll draw into our white mana. Yeah, that's not white mana, but it is mana that we probably need. We definitely want white mana. All right. Hopefully our opponent tries to do something so we can counter and then untap with Grenzo. I'll take it. Yeah, let's go ahead and Sublime Epiphany. That is ridiculous. Not bad. Not bad. We just got to double Grenzo our opponent. Oh, yeah. Whoops. I didn't realize. I see. Yes, indeed. How about that white mana? There's some. I don't really need to use it, though. Oh, man. I need the white mana for my... All right. Yeah, I'll just bury it in the garden so that I have... Yeah, that's good. Now I have a counterspell up. If I had 2 white mana, then I could have actually played Lingering Souls. But I want to be able to keep up No More Lies here to prevent my opponent from doing anything. Thought he was pretty slick reanimating that Thieving Haven after I countered it. Create a food token. All right, Nexus of Becoming. It's a good time to see you, I suppose. Perforator Crocodile. I did not play around Perforator Crocodile. That is for sure. I could have kept back one of the Lingering Souls charges. Good game. Are we 5-0 with this deck? 4-0? We'll take it. 4-0, let's keep it rolling. See if we can make this a clean sweep trophy with this outrageous Atraxa Ramp deck. Okay, this hand looks good. We have a commercial district into a pilgrim. I don't want that. A turn 3 Iron Crag. Possibly a turn 3 Solemn Simulacrum instead, now that we have an untapped land to play. Prismatic Fist will find me a white or blue land, probably. Yeah, let's get a blue land. And then Solemn will get me something else. Black land? Yes. That's pretty strong. We'll trade here. Sheoldred is quite good. I'm a little afraid to play this Nexus of Becoming because he has Sheoldred out. Yeah, it'll just kill me if I do. I have to play this Grave Titan and hope he doesn't have removal. Sheoldred's a really good play against us here. Go to 4, make more 2/2s, die to the Questing Beast. Would I rather take care of his Shieldred, or would I rather make more tutus? Making more tutus doesn't do a whole lot for me. This lets me play Nexus of Becoming, at least. And not take damage from the card I draw. Yeah, I had to kill Shieldred there. Yeah. I don't love this. Just dead to removal. Well, I'm not dead yet. And with this Mind Stone and Pest Infestation, I can actually stabilize with a bunch of 1/1s, hypothetically. That's pretty strong. I could make an Elesh Norn Nexus of... So I make 6 1/1s with Pest Infestation and kill nothing at all. If he had removal to get the Questing Beast in, I would have been dead anyway. Yeah, I should have turned Mind Stone into a 3/3 to block with. That way I could have actually used Elesh Norn. Okay. Tyvar is a problem. Pretty good draw. Probably just dead, but it's pretty good draw. Yeah, I can't counter that. Yeah, that Mosswood Dread Knight was enough to get me. Man, we were close. We were very close. House Meld next turn. Good game. Can't win them all. Our opponent was a little too fast there. We've had some awesome cube matches today. We've had some not so awesome cube matches today. But it has been a fun day of cubing, as always. When cube is available, we have a blast. Polluted Delta finds green, if I remember correctly. No, it does not. That's okay. We're going to play our Overlord. Next turn, we'll play Lingering Souls. Oof. Milling a Field of the Dead was kind of weak there, but we'll live. Our opponent has some removal. They don't want to use it on our 1/1s. They're thinking about it. Our opponent might have some kind of board wipe. But make him tap out and play it so I can just resolve Teferi or Nexus. Play Nexus into Atraxa. I'm fine if Atraxa is a 3/3. That's kind of slow, opponent, against my 4 1/1s. You did keep me from casting Teferi this turn. Pretty good strategy. That was a fine top deck instead of a land. We'll take our own Kalitas. Good game. 5-1. This ramp deck is awesome. It's quite janky. Grenzo, Atraxa, Nexus of Becoming, Grave Titan, Teferi. Yeah, Atraxa into Teferi into Grenzo. It wasn't like the cleanest progression of picks, but when you see Grenzo, you gotta snatch him up. In pack 1 at least. And do your best to stay open so you can snatch up Grenzo at any time. He is definitely the best card in Arena Cube. Heisting your opponent's library is a little OP, to say the least. Cube, 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 cube. I like to draft the cubage. Good hand. Sort of. All of these are check lands? Alright, fine. This hand's not that good. I lied. Gross. Gross. One, two, three, four, five, right? All right, I'm going to take this Watery Grave. Maybe I shouldn't worry about killing that Agent of Rafine. If I can just ramp into... No, fuck. I'm going to kill that thing. Murderous Cut kills it for 1 mana. I just exile all the cards from my graveyard. There we go. Dead. Murderous Cut is pretty cool. We took it over a Sublime Epiphany in this deck, but we had enough ways to mill where it seemed like a great idea, and that was good. Getting rid of our opponent's Agent of Rafine. Now they have to find another threat to stick on the board. No interaction from our opponent. Okay, maybe we can resolve a Grave Titan next turn. And we could even play Atraxa. He only had 2 mana up, so if he taps out here, we're definitely going to just play Atraxa. If he doesn't, we'll see. I might just keep up No More Lies for a couple turns until I can double spell. I'll be at 7 next turn. It'll be better to be at 8 mana so I can Grave Titan and No More Lies. Alright, we're just going to drop an Atraxa next turn. Creature, enchantment, instant, sorcery, artifact, land. Wow. Atraxa's looking pretty fat. Drew 6 cards off of her. Losing Housemeld, exiling Housemeld might not have been our best play. Because we could have double spelled with that and a counter next turn, depending on what he plays. Oh. So you're going to discard something that costs 7 and kill my Atraxa? Maybe. There's definitely 7 drops in white-blue. Overlord of the Baelmerk, or Overlord of the Mistmoors, maybe? Elish Norn? There's not that many. It could be a Tali. He's playing red. No, that's 6 damage. Does he have something else? Finish it off. Nice. Nice. All right, well, let's play Prismatic Vista, get our mountain, and drop that Grenzo. Oh no, we milled our mountain. What a disaster. Our mountain's in exile. Both of our red sources are in exile. We cannot cast Grenzo without our birds. So we only have 2 red sources. Oh, disastrous. That's funny. We just got house melded ourselves. It's all right. We make lots of zombies with our Field of the Dead. The fairy will be nice to have out. That can resolve. That's fine if he kills a 2/2. I'll untap some lands. Now I have 3 steps ahead, plus up. What did he take? Pest Infestation. Our Pest Infestation is gone. Good to know. Ooh, that's nice. Now I get to pass with a couple more counter spells up. Lingering Soul's very strong. He's flashing it back. You know what? That's fine. He can have card selection. I'd rather have 2 counter spells up. He has a lot of mana where this could be a bait. Okay, that's fine. Our opponent has nothing. We have counter spells. I don't have any reason to play the Solemn Simulacrum now. I'll do it after combat. It's cool. Another spell I don't care about him resolving. There we go. And we'll just pass with more counter spells up. You have 10 mana. So with Overlord, I'm just going to counter that and not try to get any value otherwise. I just wanted to have mana to pay for whatever. I figured he was going to have another counter spell. Nice. Got him. Good game. The double counter spell. And when you have two counter spells in your hand and you're winning on board, it is hard for your opponent to come back. He tried his best. We're 6-1. Let's claim that trophy. Get our second trophy for the day, and then call it. This will be the last match if I win. If I lose, we'll have one more. So let's just win. This deck's been a lot of fun. This hand is keepable, I'll say. Would I rather have Solemn or a Mind Stone? Probably Solemn. I can actually play that next turn. And if my opponent leaves up 2 mana that looks like Counterspell, then I'll just play the Pilgrim and leave up No More Lies. Mindstone would have been good because I could have Pilgrimed Mindstoned and then played this on turn 4. Okay. Our opponent got rid of our Pilgrim. So what we're going to do is Polluted Delta for this Hallowed Fountain. Lose a bunch of life. Play this and this. Yeah, we got a Mind Stone anyway. Let our opponent play a counter spell if they want. Let's get our Grenzo mana online and pass with this counter spell up. Next turn, if we draw land, we can Nexus of Becoming with the counter spell up. We'll see. Elesh Norn is a fine way to stop your opponent from doing things. You know what? He can have that. I'm not going to No More Lies that. He gets a Mastermind. Okay. I like drawing extra cards. Fairy Mastermind's kind of annoying with my Nexus of Becoming being part of our strategy, but I'd rather counter something that's a problem. Him drawing extra cards isn't as big of a deal as him killing my LS or my Grave Titan. Honestly, he can have a handful of cards as long as I'm ahead on board. I wonder if our opponent's just leaving 4 mana up to activate the fairy. Yeah, that's a good spell to be countering. Double Grave Titan. Good game. All right. There's a trophy. Elesh Norn Grave Titan. All right, that was a beautiful ramp deck. We started off with Atraxa, and I mean, this deck was pretty silly looking. We had some cheap interaction like No More Lies and Spell Snare. We had Malevolent Rumble, Pilgrim, Goose, Mindstone, Ironcrag to ramp us up. We had a couple more ramp pieces. We had some good interaction with House Meld and Pest Infestation and 3 Steps Ahead. Murderous Cut was quite good when we played it, getting rid of that Agent of Rafine, keeping our opponent from producing card advantage. Overlord of the Baelmerk was pretty sweet. It ended up being a threat that our opponent had struggled to deal with. It replaced itself. It filled our graveyard. It put Lingering Souls in there. It searched for our best cards. This deck was awesome. Let's take a picture of this, call it a trophy, and that's my draft for the day. I really appreciate everyone who's here. I'm Felonious. We did 4 cube drafts today. We went 1-3 with our first 2, but we went 7-1 with the last 2. This awesome deck and the other one you can find in my event history on my 17 lands page. The link is in my Twitch profile under the MTG panel. And yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Felonious. I'll see you next time. On Saturday, I'm doing an Extra Life charity event, playing games for 23 hours. And during that time, I'm going to be doing a lot of cube drafting. So check me out on Saturday. I'm Felonious. See you there. Thank you. Peace.